chicken soup. I laughed out loud, said that's my throne. One little ripple and the whole pond groaned. Well, it bobbed and shook like it knew my name. One bad decision and I played that game. I peed on a lily pad. Peed on a lily pad. I peed on a lily pad and it sank real bad. The little green float went down so fast I peed on a lily pad. Now the frogs all gasped. Catfish stared up from the dark below. Tadpoles scattered when they saw the show. Dragonfly circled like it wanted in. I tipped my hat and grinned again. Yeah, the moon kept watching, the night stayed wide. I made one splash, then I stepped aside. I peed on a lily pad. Peed on a lily pad. I peed on a lily pad and it sank real bad. The little green float went down so fast I peed on a lily pad. Now the frogs all gasped. Trust a man on a floating green. Still I'm smiling, still I'm free. That poor old pad took one for me. I peed on a lily pad. Peed on a lily pad. I peed on a lily pad and it sank real bad. The little green float went down so fast I peed on a lily pad. Now the frogs all gasped. Now the moon still shines on the same old bay. And if you see that pad, it knows my way. Peed on a lily pad. Peed on a lily pad.
Man, aren't these some spicy accordions? Kind of makes me want unlimited soup, salad, and breadsticks. Alright, let's see here. How do I adjust the volume on this? There we go. We need to do like a little fade. The producer's fade or whatever you call that. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. It is somehow Thursday yet again. One of those things that keeps on happening. Time doesn't care, it just does its thing. Oh, let's see here. Ads will be turned off again in about 30 minutes. Got to appease the YouTube gods, so apologies if you're watching on a mobile device or other things, and ads keep covering chat. But we'll turn that off here soon. Oh, my antennas are falling off the wall. There we go. Today, we're going to be playing around with RNet input-output modules and or omnis. And about 2 hours ago, I thought I saw an error flashing on my joystick, but that was something else. Anyways, about 2 hours ago, I was like, oh, I should probably make sure I have an Omni here somewhere. And I dug around a little bit and couldn't find one. So had to drive out to the shop. Luckily, traffic sort of cooperated and grab one. Yeah, anyways, welcome. Let's see, who we got in chat here? Thursday again. It's like a time warp, right? Oak Ridge, Permobile, Castor, Flutter, Blues. Ah. Oh, you have them on a mid-wheel drive chair. Wait, do you have like an M5? Usually the M3s don't have that problem too much. Oh, maybe they do. Actually, no, I lied. My friend John has that issue with his chair still. I have a pair of friction clutches that I need to install, but everything is packed. Oh, that's right. You're getting ready to hop to somewhere else in the building, Mike. Let's see here. Looking at chat. Hey, J Baby, how's it going? GV7756, how we doing? A little harder to both shuffle and skip without the use of legs, so we completely understand. Ah, yes. New chair approved will be an Amular. Oh, nice. What are you going with, Bruce? Like a Alltrack M or an R3 hybrid or whatever models they have? I do have a question though. Why are all the spiders running for cover? I don't know if it's the smoke in the air or what, but this place has suddenly been infested with a mass exodus of spiders that are coming in from outside. The reason I say that is they're just skittering right across the middle of the room in during daylight hours. So I'm wondering if all the smoke in the air has them freaked out and they're trying to get somewhere that isn't filled with smoke and is maybe a little bit cooler. But there's been 6 of those things in the last 12 hours. I'll just be sitting there working at the desk or watching TV and they just go scattering across the floor. It's crazy. I'll check MHD. Cool. Hope it works well for you. A few local users have problems with the chairs. Yeah, the trick with the Emulor chairs is your DME needs to follow the directions when it comes to servicing those things. You can't just kind of take them apart and slap them back together and hope everything is fine. So they have to take their time. When I had mine originally, and I still had DMEs working on my chairs, every time they came to do something after they left, I would have to spend a few hours like fixing everything that they did. Fixing everything they fixed, as it were. Do you have any suggestions to lessen the click on the brakes on F5? I don't, unfortunately. They're just kind of loud. What you do not want to do is stuff insulation in there or something like that, because they generate a pretty decent amount of heat, and you need to have airflow in there. I've been kind of playing around. Well, I started to. I had some old brake modules and started taking them apart, but then a bunch of the Allen screws stripped out, and then I got distracted and wandered off for like 3 months. But there's got to be a way to quiet them down. I just haven't had a chance to actually work on that yet, because I don't have time to do anything. Let's see. All right. So let's see here. I still have the camera over there. So let me move this camera. Hang on, is the wireless microphone working? Yeah, that's working. Let me get this camera moved, and seeing as how we kind of cleaned this whole area out, I think we can stick the test bench over here and potentially have some space to kind of work on stuff. So let me just move this and set it on the workbench for right now. And let's drag the test bench in here and get started with things. South Kansas getting smoke from the fires. It's been really hazy out there. Purifier Auto Mode has been triggered. You know it's bad when your air cleaner gets triggered. I'm using the word triggered in like an SJW sort of way. Well, I never. All right, gotta move some chairs around in here. Someone hauled a piano in here and took up every last bit of free floor space that we have. All right. Oh, that's right. I forgot. I got a Pi CAN bus module. We're not going to mess around with it on this stream, but I'm going to try and get Pi CAN to RNet running. which is what's his name? Steven, a Red Dragon from the Open Medical Device Research Discord. Back in 2017, he has a video demonstrating that. It's basically got a GitHub repo that allows you to use a Raspberry Pi and a CAN bus adapter to basically plug it into an RNet share and then connect to it with a laptop via SSH. I'm just moving stuff out here in the background as I'm talking. And then, why is there a gas can in here? Weird. But you plug a game controller into the laptop, and then you can just drive the chair around. So I'm going to play around with that. I'll probably work on getting it set up off camera, and then might make a video about it. Okay, all the stuff's out of the way. Let's see if we can drag the test bench in here. How many spiders are going to come skittering out from under this thing? Okay, I think we're good. Again, this thing is heavy for some reason. I think I was unintentionally humming the McDonald's theme song real quick, which is sitting on this cart right here. I don't know if anyone remembers these from Happy Meals from many moons ago. It's one of the little, like, chicken nugget things that you can dress up. For some reason, that was in a box of stuff that came in. Hey, Ken, how's it going? I'm having glitchy internet. That could be YouTube. For some reason, the first few minutes of every stream get a little bit weird. So you can try restarting whatever you're watching the stream on, or starting the player, refreshing the page, or have you tried turning it off and on again? Or just wait a little bit and it should clear up. All right. Oh, I don't have the brakes on my chair, so it makes it harder to push this. Okay. Now that we have some space in here, I think we can kind of, yeah, there we go. A little bit of diagonal action in here. Cool. I think that'll work. Let's see, where can we put this camera? How about, is it going to be in the way right here? It'll probably be in the way anywhere I put it, but let's try right here. Please hold while I'm attaching camera to the table. Thanks again for the table mic. Is this going to work? Ooh, making crunching noises. Oh, that's right. It kind of dents the table when you put this clamp in. I think it'll hold. What's the worst could happen? Camera falls on the floor? I think that would be the option. Okay, there's that. There's that. Okay, let's fire this up and see what it happens to be looking at. Oh, all right. iPad keyboard test. All right, clicking a button. Ooh, clutter cam. I guess we can turn off the clutter cam part. I mean, it's still kind of cluttered, but yeah, there we go. Test bench. If you haven't seen this thing before, it's 3 different control systems. There's Invacare Mark 6 electronics, RNet, and I think we upgraded to QLogic 3 Quantum, and all the associated motors that go with them, and they're all the joysticks are, I don't have a stick to point with, but all the joysticks are over there, so we can plug in stuff and test it. We got a set of batteries. All that fun stuff. Ah, Xfinity. Yeah, that sounds like a thing. Okay, so let's grab, hang on, is this other camera going to work? Of course not. Where's my stick with a hook on it? We got to do the Windows USB device dance here real quick. Then we're going to pull in some of the parts that I got from Amazon. Wait for it. Okay. Now back on. And let's see here. Elgato Facecam 1. And okay. Seems to be working. I haven't tried twirling a stick in a while. Okay, seems to work. Okay, let me go grab parts we're going to be using. Apparently it's suspenseful. Apparently I'm driving backwards because not a lot of space in here. This, hang on, let me turn off this. Ooh, coffee. Coffee. I am so completely out of coffee, I actually had to go buy some from a coffee cart today. Music reminds me of the background montage of a Wes Anderson movie. My usual test of iPad keypads or Apple device in general is putting up on a cork board and seeing how resistant they are to throwing knives. Tough book job. All right. Oh, we didn't turn on this light. Let's see if we can reach this light over here. There we go. I'm gonna put on some gloves. I'll tell you, it is nice having this room a little bit less of a disaster area. So you can actually like move around and stuff in here. Makes me wonder when the claymation is going to start. Oh, claymation. That's a good idea. I bet AI is good at doing fake claymation. Anyways, this little guy right here is going to be the secret sauce for Pi Can to RNet or whatever it's called. It's a little can hat that you stick on the board, and you can connect it up to the RNet through here. Blah, 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 assorted things. I'm gonna mess with that later, but I already have one of these somewhere, but I don't know where it went. But anyways, I know more about Arduinos and screwing around with this stuff than I did the last time I attempted this, thanks to home labbing. So that should be fun to play around with. We'll save that for later. But today, we have, oh, these better be momentary switches. Oh, this is triggering my OCD so bad. So we have one of these China Ziploc bags, but it's stapled on the top. And nothing irritates me more than trying to open these when there's staples and things. So we're just gonna go in this way and bypass that whole whatever. But the idea for today is I want to connect up an array of these momentary switches. And it can be like forward, reverse, left, right. We're going to try that. Basically going to be mimicking what a head array input would be. This can go somewhere else for right now. I'll just throw it in the corner. That's what we do with things around here. Oh, and then what I was waiting for yesterday when I was that yesterday? Seems so long ago. When I was filming that video, I needed some little DB9. I know these aren't technically DB9. They have a different name, but that's what I call them. Excuse me. Some of these DB9 breakout boards. And I got a 2-pack of male and female. And all the pins are actually connected. Then I bought a couple of cables, which I thought were different brands, but they're not. I'm hoping all the pins go through on these. But these are both male and female cables. So depending on what we plug them into, the other end will be the opposite gender, and then we can use this. Anyways, they have little foam pads. But it basically affords us the ability to plug in whatever we want with whatever cable and still be able to connect things. And I need to move these here screws. Rando screws. Okay. Glitchy internet. I was listening to A Few Dopamine when my calendar told me you were alive. Wait, is that the same? Hang on, is that the same group I'm thinking of? The Duck? I never understood stapled Ziplocs. I know, right? Heard of that band, some reason I think of. I think, is that the same band that does the song called Sneakers? I used it in a video a long time ago. I intentionally gave myself a copyright match because I thought the song was awesome and I wanted to play it. Let's see here. Dan recommended I like your sneakers. Yeah, that's the same one. I got a quantum and it broke immediately. This title is still my favorite title of anything on the channel. It's so true, though. I finally got a quantum and it broke immediately. It still makes me laugh. I think we have to search within my channel. Copy. It was sort of a trail run. Oh, come on. Paste. Best title ever, right? Look at the chairs. Oh, that was when I was apologizing for long videos. Fleet update. Let's see here. Tire swap. I don't remember. We were running around in a park with my friend Jacob, and we both had Q6000Zs. And, anyways, whatever. But yeah, that's the same band, same song or whatever. That happened to me too. Didn't even get to take my Edge 3 home before it broke. It came with a broken joystick. Horn wouldn't work. Yeah, so I got the thing. That was when I was living on the bus. I took it out and stuck it in the other van. And then 2 days later, I went to take it out of the van, and it just wouldn't work anymore. It would power on. Somehow in that time, the fender headlight power cable module that plugs into the main controller shorted its wiring without even being touched, and it made the thing think it was charging all the time. I was just like, what? Actually here. Just to give you guys... Sneakers O'Toole. I never remember how it's spelled. There we go. I'm just going to play a few seconds of it because we'll probably get a copyright match. Anyways, that's the type of music it is. Okay, back to the over here. Yeah, so I was attempting to buy two different... Actually, let's beep these out real quick, or buzz them out, or whatever. Oh no, avalanche of papers. I was attempting to buy two different brands of cables, because sometimes when you get these, they're like RS-232 or RS-485 cables, and they just don't bother connecting all the pins. You hear that beeping? It means it's time to turn off the ads. Let's turn off the ads. Bumps on my system? Nice. Yeah, I've got some pretty decent speakers connected to this computer and also other places in the apartment, but I don't use them because I'm not a terrible human. Anyways, neighbors and stuff. What am I doing? Oh yeah, ads. Let's turn off the ads. Monetization and off and save. Okay, there we go. So I'm hoping these cables have all the pins connected because we need every single one of them. Hey Ray, how's it going? Mudslide of papers? Yes. What is even on these? I love my cardstock. Okay. Beepy beep mode. Oh yeah, these are the ridiculously sharp probes. This will just like stab right through the solder mat. Alright, so let's see if all the pins are in fact connected. Oop. So far, so good. Now, this is where it starts getting funky. Okay. Alright. I think at this point we're probably good. But there's only 3 left to go. Yeah. There. And I wonder if our ground pin is connected to the shield or not. There's an easy way to test that. Let's plug this in here. And then... how is this broken out? There it is. So that should be our ground. And is it ground? Okay, ground is isolated. Excellent. Okay, so this cable works. That should be fine. This other one's the same thing, but slightly longer, apparently, and it is the same brand, so whatevs. We'll throw it in the pile of mudsliding paperwork. Turn this off and recap these things. And this is intentional OCD weirdness that I'm doing. I don't know, sometimes I just like doing that. My neighbors do it to me, so I return the bump favor. Yeah, that's the problem, is like one of my best friends owns the building, so again, I'm handling this situation very differently than I would if one of my best friends didn't own the place. Because I don't want to cause too much more trouble for him. Who was it? Last time he's like, oh yeah, don't do anything I wouldn't do. And I'm like, so just do whatever I want? That's what you're saying? Let's grab the spider-infested box that was in my shop. Somehow, one of the tubs... oh, where did it go? There it is. One of the tubs with the lid on it still had spiders infesting inside of it. Infesting, nesting, whatever. Gaining access. And while I was out there, I picked up something that was accidentally maybe useful. Potentially. So, here we're using an OMNI 2, because that's what I had easily available. And it has potentially 2 inputs. But we also got, for our efforts, this here joystick. You might be thinking, joystick, okay, but look at the other end. I don't know if this is digital or not. It does have the power breakout, or switch button breakout thing, and it does have a couple of ports on the bottom, which you probably can't see, connected to these low effort buttons, so this might be digital. I want to check that real quick. But the idea is, instead of plugging in this to here, we will plug in a pile of switches with these breakout boards, and if we can get generic switches to work, that means we can get anything we want to work, if you're smelling what I'm stepping in. This is... what is this thing? Oh, it's a Permobil branded one. Is this a multi... that's a monoport. This is starting to smack of digital controls, but we'll find out here real quick. And then the other half of the OMNI, which we must have, is this little guy. And this stupid moronic cable that they... the heck was that? This stupid moronic cable that Permobil decided, or Arnett, or whoever, decided was cool. Look how thin this is. There's like no strain relief. This is what controls the whole chair. This is what connects the screen to this. And this is the most, like, I was going to say chintzy. I don't know if you're allowed to say that anymore. Look at these connectors. Like, anyways, that's a horrible design. But let's get this popped off of here. Can I do it without moving and tools that I have within reach? Maybe not. Yeah, I need a wrench. Okay, so order of operations, we're going to take this off of this mount. We're going to check and see if this is analog or digital. Then we're going to plug this into that pile behind me. Hook up some switches, do some things. And look at all these wires I have, huh? Parting out those 2 M3s was amazing. You end up with... that's how you get cables and parts. Find old beat up chairs that are maybe worth saving or not saving. Whoa, there's so much space out here now. And use those to get your parts, roughly. What was I just... oh yeah, wrench. Ooh, drugs. My meds were delivered. My C300 has the Omni, and I think it has the 2, but it might be the 1. I thought I had an Omni 1 here. They're a lot more practical for this scenario, because instead of this little thin screen, it's like sort of a bulbous looking thing, and it's all one unit. It's all built in. Whereas this has to connect to this. Omni ones are dirt cheap on eBay. Well, in the wheelchair world, you can get them for like 50 or 60 bucks. But Omni 2s, you have to have all this crap and make sure the cables aren't broken and assorted things. So they're slightly more obnoxious to work with. Is this metric? Yep. This should be pretty easy to remove. What now, metal bar? And we'll start stacking things on the floor. See how long before that comes back to cause us problems. Oh, we should probably also. This is one of the more obnoxious things to take apart. We should probably remove it though. Yeah, hang on. It's going good. Excellent, Ray. Cardstock. That's basically what Braille paper is. There was a blind guy that went. Oh, I was wondering where that was. It's right here. Here's our input-output module also. By the way, we found out a couple weeks ago, for output modules, all you have to do is plug this into the chair and reboot it, and it works. We might play around with that also. But no program is required for outputs to work on your joystick. But yeah, there was a blind guy at a church I went to when I was a wee lad. And his wife would grab the bulletin or newsletter or whatever that thing's called that they give you when you walk in, and had a little hammer set and some cardstock paper, and she'd sit in the back and translate it into Braille so he could read it during the service. Let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny. Is it this one, Mr. Mo? Nope. And things are falling on the floor. I think if we just loosen this... Oh boy. We can just slip this whole mess. Okay, that's a little better. Let me get this stuff out of here before it all catches fire and falls on the floor. Insert clip of Homer Simpson pouring milk in a bowl of cereal and it catching fire. As I stab the wall. This might be loud. I'm just going to drop these. Alright. Put those there. Okay. I should probably pick up the screwdriver. Alright. By the way, that video entitled, I got a quantum and it broke immediately. There was a few people commenting on that were very upset about the way I treated a nice chair like a quantum. Telling me I should get a job as a post-hole fence digger, something installer or something like that. So I was kind of joking around. I was like, does it need percussive maintenance? And I was like kind of slapping it and stuff. And I replied and I was like, if your wheelchair can't handle what you saw happening in this video, it shouldn't be sold. Okay. So this is where we may need, I'm going to turn on this printer. We may need the pinout, which, as pointed out by Wheelchair Ghost, hello if you're lurking, may not be correct in the grand scheme of things, but I get the feeling this is probably going to be a digital controller because we have all the extra inputs and we have this. This is weird. There should... Oh, I think that passes through... Oh, yeah, red. So I think this, if we plug this in here... Sorry, this is kind of hard to see because it's all buried down in here. I think if we plug this in... Where's our meter? Oh, I need to use a different meter that doesn't have probes sharp enough to... Well, here, we're just gonna... We're gonna turn this on and then just kind of set it over here. Then use some croc clips to do some things. Oh boy. I feel like I'm being stabbed just looking at these. Okay, so. Excellent. I think the red one is just a straight pass-through. So if we press this button, or this button, interesting. It's not a straight pass-through. It's definitely plugged in. Unless it's this other port, or that button's broken. All of which are potential options. Also, who wrapped these like this? Oh man, that is less than ideal. Yeah, that won't even plug in. What is happening right now? Okay, well that doesn't really matter. Okay, we need the pin out. Let's print that real quick before I forget. Plug it into your PC VGA port. That would have to be an MDA port because it's a DB9. Hey DD, how's it going? Let's see here. A quantum often goes foobar. Bumps on my system. Way past uncool. That's not good. On the contentious, thinking it's charging. Yeah. It took me a while to figure that out. Yeah. Toby Maguire miniatures. Two separate screen. Oh, yeah, the separate screen. Yeah, so that's an Omni 2 then. The screen would be... The whole Omni thing would be about the size of this ashtray in thickness. Don't ask me why I have an ashtray here. Actually, the ashtray is for... What's it called? Tactile stuff. I can hold it. I know how it feels. Anyways, what are we doing? Oh, yeah. Broken wheelchairs.website. Something. Service manuals. Let's go, Arnett. Let's do Omni Technical and IOM. I think the IOM might be a little more direct. Actually, it's not that long. I think I just power scroll and I'll find what I'm looking for. Oh, there we go. Input. Following connections. Pin 1 is, let's see here. Oh, I just realized they put the sticker over the bottom so I can't see the traces easily. Pin 1 is labeled ground. Speed forward, ground is pin 8. Which is CTS. Yeah, the labeling might be incorrect here. So we want 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1. Now let's just print this. How do you use Chrome? Okay, print pages. There's no current page option? What kind of weirdness is this? Page 11, I think? No. 13. There we go. Color, sure. WF3640, yeah. Can we print with the system dialog? There we go. Oh, this isn't technically installed on this computer. Yeah, whatever. Let's see what happens. It's just going to pick random settings when it prints. We probably won't get it on cardstock. We'll see what happens here. Workbench. Ooh, coffee. So I'd love to hide the screen and use a joystick. And joystick first forces turtle mode. My F3 now has 2,341 miles. Nice. Well, you have a way to make the controls analog and not just on or off like the switches will be. So the way this works is kind of how head arrays are. I'm pretty sure this is digital because the only way you can get proportional control out of what we're trying to do is by using the digital input. Oh, our cyan cartridge gave out again. So this operates like a traditional joystick. So I'm going to go ahead and say that this is probably digital and we don't even need to test it. But with the analog inputs, I believe they are on or off. I don't think you get variable control. So, yeah, I don't think they are because that's how head arrays work. I am very quickly, my brain is very quickly becoming confused by things. So let's just get this powered up. And then, yeah, let's just get it powered up. And then we will do some testing here. And we can kind of back probe stuff. Oh, I forgot to buy the pass-through connector. I wanted to get a pass-through one so we could monitor the signals, and I totally forgot about that. Okay, anyways, let's just plug this in here. Then this thing needs to be wrapped up a little bit so it's not quite as unwieldy. Sure, that looks good. Is there a rubber band within reach? Oh! I was looking for this in the video yesterday, and it was right there the whole time. Not seeing any rubber bands. Oh, here we go. Here's some ASMR. Okay, that wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. Okay, this... Oh, they're not using very many pins either. That can go in there. I wonder if they're just using CAN. Or, excuse me, LIN bus. Okay. Now, we need an exceptionally long RNet cable, which I hopefully have. That is a QLogic 3 cable. Let me fish around with this box out here. The goal is to get it powered up on the bench so we can kind of see what's going on. Oh, someone put all this stuff in the way. All right, what do we have here? Lots of cables. Ooh, one of these maybe is promising. Oh boy, hang on here. I'm so excited by lots and lots of RNet cables. By the way, if I mention I squared C, I'm going to say I2C. And that's how it is. I know that triggers some people. It's kind of like the debate of tabs or spaces, but I say I2C. I don't know why. That's just what I do. This seems to be very lengthy. Okay. So if we trace this out... that one, that one. Oh, it ends in a thing we don't want. How about this one? No. Wait. Oh, that's an extension cable. Sweet. Okay, hang on. We need to not hold our arms up like that. Ugh. I gotta cut a whole bunch of zip ties. Then we're gonna piece together an extension cable. Come on. Hang on. I need to get a link for something real quick. Hang on. We need some very soft, soothing music in the background. It's not going to be as loud as it was last week. Hang on here. Where did it go? YouTube. Notes. Where's notes? There it is. Where's the watch later? There it is. Is it in the watch later list? Ooh, new Blue Cam. It is the Relaxed Moment Lo-Fi Chilled Beats. Hang on here. YouTube. Typing things. I think this is the one. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that's not very loud. I just want it barely audible, but my brain requires a little bit of background noise to keep it functioning properly. Okay, let's get to cutting a bunch of zip ties. This is straight out of an M3, so the entire harness is like zip tied together. One of my Q6000Zs got totaled by a car in January, trying to decide on a replacement. Oh, the P300 was an awesome Tokyo drift chair? I know. By the way, I mentioned that Amazon driver sideswiping a car when they pulled in yesterday. If this was a drift track, they would have gotten insane points because they were going fast and they just barely touched that car. Like, in drifting, that's the thing. You want to get really, really close without crashing. And, like, just touching bumpers a little bit. Or some part of your car. Let's see. Tokyo Drift. I just realized that a touchscreen would be kind of cool controller, but accidental movement definitely mitigated by center first touch. Yeah, so Bounder has dynamic links. So does Imicare also. They have the touchscreen controllers. You can adjust the sensitivity of them. My Bounder has one. At first I thought it would be super annoying, but Dynamic Controls actually built it in a way that is pretty decent, and it's pretty usable. And you can customize how big the touch areas are on it, and if you brush it accidentally, it doesn't necessarily actually do anything. So that's kind of cool. Okay, so this cable here is one we want. Let me go banish these to the realms of the living room real quick. Thinking F5, V4, V6. Yeah, the V4 front would be sweet. Which in America, I think they call the V6 front now. I don't know if they actually stopped selling them. They were removed. It's basically a Frontier V6 that's front wheel drive. That would be like my perfect chair. But Sunrise Medical, for some reason, took them off their website, and they don't seem to be available anymore. We got one more harness to do here. But one of those would be amazing. But yeah, I think in America they were calling it the V6 front, but everywhere else it was the V4 front. They also did a rear-wheel drive version. But I was going to get one before I got this chair I'm sitting in now, after the whole forefront debacle. And they were going to bring me a demo unit from Texas. But then at the last minute, everyone decided it was a Group 4 chair and I didn't qualify, and then they all ghosted me, so I don't know. Alright, one more zip tie. Wow, look at all the zip ties. All the zip ties, wall. And now we have 2 long-ish Arnett cables. Yay. Beep, 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 says the meter. Page 9, it says the input can either be proportion or switches. Yeah, is that for the digital or the analog input? Because I think it varies whether you're using an OMNI versus an input-output module. Some of the documentation's a little tricky to wrap your head around sometimes. Okay, let's get Arnett connected here. This one, I think. There we go. So, that should be the last one we used. No, it's not. We used QLogic 3 last, so let's plug this in. And turn on our breaker. We had some Arnett blink up here, and let's see if the system's even healthy. I can't remember. Yeah, whatever meter. Unknown module error. Hang on. I think we had the ICS connected to this at one point. Let's see. Okay, we have that moving. Can we drive, though? We can't. Oh, there we go. Indoor. Motor brake air. Let's see what's hooked up on these. Shouldn't be. Oh, I stole the cables. I forgot. Oh, wait. No. I have other ones up here. Oh, yeah. The motor's not even plugged in. That might have something to do with it. Let's power this off. I forgot. Last time we did this, we hooked some Permobile motors up here on top. So let's just plug these in. Because I stole the cables for those when we were building Blasphemy. These motors are from the chair I'm currently sitting in. Okay, let's try that again. So it's this one and this one. There we go. Okay, so I think you can see this one and that one. Oh, that's right. Someone sent me this joystick and it's really screwed up. Let's see if we can make it work. Come on. Although it shouldn't matter because we're going to use the Omni. It's that our batteries are very low. Yeah, joystick air. Yeah, that gimbal's gone. Dang it. Okay, well, it doesn't really matter. We're going to use the Omni anyhow. So let's get our complicated web of cables connected here. Let's see which one's longer. They are twins. So we'll just throw that on the floor. Might regret that later. Let's plug in an extension and this. Then we should be able to connect this to this. There we go. Okay, our control system clicked. That's good. So potentially now we can turn this on and it should do some detecting. Did that stick? All right. There was a dynamic control building in Overland, Ohio. Not sure it's still there. Okay, we're doing the auto detect. In theory, once this does and we power cycle, this should be able to drive the motors on the chair. We just threw a wrench into the works, though. That's to reconfigure a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, this would be power, but I don't know about those passing through or whatever. Dynamic controls began as a part of what is now Invacare. Yeah, so Dynamic Controls is their own separate company, but very early on they were licensed kind of through Invacare, and they kind of did this a little bit, but then Invacare decided that they were going to allow other people to buy and use it, which was a very good decision. I really like that control system. And it's really inexpensive. Dealer unknown module 3 switch deadband. What does that mean? Can we drive? No. Mode. Mode. Indoor. That may have something to do. Unknown module 3 switch detected. Oh. Yeah, programming the Omni. Which we can't do from this. Let's see, trying to remember here. I think it's these two? No. I forget. Port 1. Normally open. Okay. I forget which two buttons you use for onboard programming with the Omni 2. I could look in the documentation, but we're just going to do this. Oh, there we go. So this module was connected with this, but it wasn't connected to the chair originally. Yeah, and that joystick is showing it's not working. So let's see, Omni. We're on port 1. We have proportional. Okay. Switches. We'll turn off switch detect. Off. There we go. Hopefully that does something we want. There we go. So the switches are not connected and it was trying to detect them. I don't know if you can hear that, but the motors are actually driving now. Let's turn our speed up. Apparently our batteries are almost dead. And it is in fact proportional. So this is going to be a digital control. Okay. Let's go fishing in here a little bit more. Omni. What can we do for port 2? Proportional. Switch. 3 port or 3 switch. Sip and puff. Scan. I don't know if we can use them at the same time, but let's do switch for that. And then switches are off. That's fine. User controls menu, beeps. Okay, we'll go back out of here. Then, okay, we just have those 2 profiles. So, if we jam one of these things, where'd it go? There it is. Jam one of these in here. Oh, hang on. We need to figure out... Yeah, there's something else in the system that it's being cranky about. Oh, now it wants me to reboot. Okay. Again, we're just kind of screwing around here. Very nice. Dan is about the only person who can take a pile of parts and make it actually drive a motor. Dude, the test bench is awesome. I love it. Although our voltage is low enough that that could be some of our issue. But we need to verify what pin 1 is on this, according to our little sheet here. So, should be this one. Oh! Okay, so our numbers on here are correct. So let's do pin 6? No. 5. Oh yeah, that's 5. I can't count. Okay, so the pin numbers are correct. Sweet. So, I don't think... since we know this port already works, let me power this down. We're going to unhook this, and we're going to put this to switch control. And use this guy to see if we can just short some stuff and make anything happen. Oh. It's got the stupid backwards. Here, we'll just do it the proper way with a cable. Cables introduce variables, but, you know, something, something, something. Oh, ow, now we're avalanching zip ties. Invocare's headquarters is in town near me. Nice. Stupid phone dropped the live feed. Couldn't find you on it. Uh-oh, that's no good. YouTube got mad when Dad turned off the ads. Yeah, probably. Now. See? This is what I was wanting here for ease of doing of things. Let's get rid of this. And then slurp some coffee on the way. Oh, that's an Arnet cable. Okay. Stand by here. Man, I can't believe I forgot to get the pass-through breakout. Well, it's fine. We already know, I'm pretty sure, that joystick is digital anyhow. And there's another part of that manual that describes how that all works. Okay, I had to go all the way up to the garbage can. I have a garbage can in here, but I have not yet put a trash bag into it. Dark side. Exactly. Something, something, something dark side. I'm back, but no doubt to your charging. Welcome in, Richard. So, let's boot this back up and change our settings. Motion is detected. People are driving past the bus. How dare they? Oh, wait. We have to... Arnet noises. Okay. Omni. Port 1. Switch. And then, hang on, let's make sure our switch didn't turn back on. Okay, switch detect is off. That's fine. Oh, I think the firmware... Unknown module. Oh, that's right. Hang on. Oh, 808 is the joystick. Let me hammer on this gimbal a little bit. There we go. And now, let's see what it thinks about life. 4 and 10,000 wheelies ago, exactly. Oh, 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 oh! Oh, so close. Shut up, printer. Okay, so now we are in switch mode. The bus can be used to connect the IOM cables. A momentary type input can be used to power up and power down. So I don't remember if it switches to positive or negative. Let's look at the actual Omni manual real quick and see what it has to say about the price of some sort of carb in some sort of country that comes in a bag for sale in bulk. Oh, this manual's long. Oh boy. Okay, connections. Let's do a Control F port. Only 35 instances. Enter. Hang on. Okay, connectors, port 1 and 2. Okay, let's try section 14. Okay, these provide analog connections to analog. Oh, you can do proportional analog. They can accept a range of third-party input devices as switched or proportional head arrays, directional switch inputs, or chain controls. Okay, so give me the details about that. Hang on, I'm gonna have to parse the table of contents. My brain's just like, I just got the notification of you going like, welcome, Dee Dee. After I turned off the ad. That's funny. User switch jacks. Let's display. Latch drive, current profile. Connections. Not effect. Okay, so this is switch position definitions, input functions. When using a switch panel, the actual state of each 4 directional switches can be encoded. Okay, simultaneous depressions are accepted. Okay. Okay, when using a proportional device as a mini joystick, joystick data will be encoded. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so that's the diagonal control. There's a part that tells me... Okay, input. Here we go. Analog versus digital. So... function. 9-way should always be fitted with gold contacts. Okay, analog. Joystick ground. Oh! So analog and digital are backwards from what I thought. Oh, maybe they're saying digital as binary, as in on-off. That could be digital instead of a communication protocol? Maybe? Joystick input. Oh, yeah, that's right. We use a resistor. So that's how we do the proportional control. Okay. Joystick output. Neutral V pin 3. Oh, that's the reference. Okay. Joystick ground. Connected to 7. Okay, that tells it something's connected. You short 7 to 9. But I'm trying to figure out which pin we short them to. Okay, so 12. Yeah. I don't think short them to ground. So let's try 1 to 8. And then 1 to 7 and see what happens, I guess. I would assume this should be protected in some sort of way. So 1 to 8 or 1 to 7. What do we have as a shorting device? How about some Allen wrenches? And 1 to 8. Can you hear that? Hang on. Is this seriously as simple as I thought it? As I imagined in the back of my brain? See, the problem is this has all been stewing around in my brain for the longest time. And then I see the table of contents and my eyes cross and roll back in my head. And I'm just like, I'll deal with this later. Hang on here. We need to add another camera. Anchor work? I think it's this one. Yeah, there we go. And then we hold down Alt, and we can zoom up here. Then, okay, there we go. So, keep your eyes on this right here, and this right here. Did I say it was 8? Is that what we tried? Does anyone remember? I think it was 8, which was ground. 1 to 8. Yeah. She's alive. Will it keep going? Okay, so that be forward. Reverse should be 2, so we ground them. Wait, is this? I need a variac or something. Do I? Hang on. I have a bag of resistors around here. Hang on, though. Let's see if we can change our speed. So speed down should be 5. So we should be able to make this change when it's not flashing errors. That yellow thing. So 5 to ground. Wait, 5. Speed down. Well, let's try 7. That's supposed to be horn, but it's not working. Let's try this again. Hang on, I think we pissed something off. Yeah, we definitely pissed something off. Let's do a reboot. I was probably using something other than Allen wrenches for this. Oh, here we go. Here's a little piece of wire. Oh, wait. Hang on. I have something that is designed for this. Stand by. It's right here in this bin. I was rummaging around yesterday. Or some day that was earlier than today. Doo-doo. These things. Where'd it go? Oh, there we go. They're double-sided. Oh, yes. Look, rainbow thingies. These. Sorry, I get really excited about office supplies and Arduino hookup cables and all kinds of fun stuff like this. Okay, so we've rebooted. We're still complaining about some other module. Let's make sure it still works. Okay, so there's that. So 5 should be speed down. No. 7 should be horn. That just immediately pisses it off. So... Oh, it's not ground... Well, okay, so it's ground over here. It's common there. If I'd seen that label that said common, that would have made more sense. Okay, so let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, left and right, speed up and down. You know what? I think at this point we're ready to connect some switches. Yep, come on. Okay, sweet. So, we've confirmed this. Just for ease of not using this, we're going to connect up a bunch of these momentary switches that I just got. And we're going to go from there. So we need 4 of these. And then we'll move on from there. Okay, so far, I don't know if this counts. We've had to use onboard programming to enable this. But we have not had to connect an RNet dongle. I don't think that really counts as not requiring programming. It's somewhere in the middle, I'm going to say. These rising... Oh, the rising clamp terminals, even better. So, you got to have onboard programming enabled. Okay, hang on here. Sorry, I'm excited. This is all stuff that's been swirling in my head for literally like 8 years. Let me read chat. If Lucas built wheelchairs, they would make Quantum look good. Wait, which Lucas are you talking about? Like, the Lucas that did electronics and British cars in the 70s and 80s? Oh, George Lucas. You mean Mickey frickin' Mouse. George Lucas is now Mickey Mouse in my mind. Yeah, I know don't release the blue smoke. This is where me having several buildings full of these parts comes in handy. All this stuff is protected in a way that shorting it, in theory, shouldn't cause a problem. But I wouldn't recommend anyone do this if it's your only parts, obviously. What does Big Clive say? I'll break yours. I'll break mine, so you don't have to break yours. By the way, Brian, if you're watching, I think it was Brian? Or was it Mike? One of you two. I finally found this. You gave it to me like 2 years ago. I don't know nothing about Apple except cider. Oh, I miss apple cider. Lucas built wheelchairs. Apple Records. Wireless COM port. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so how do we want to do this? I think we'll just strip all the commons back and jam them into one port. Seeing as how we have some nice rising clamp terminals here. Here. Bask in the glory of rising clamp terminals. Look, look, look. Is that not one of the more glorious things you've seen today? Okay, we're just going to run all these out. Moment of silence for crappy terminals, which these are not. Yeah, I don't care who you are. That's the most satisfying thing I've encountered this week. I need a variable resistor. Hang on. There was something else I needed on Amazon. Hang on, sorry, zoomed in. I need to write some stuff on the board. There's more shopping we have to do on Amazon. Oh, I need to be careful with that RNet cable dangling there. DB9 pass THRU. What did I just say a second ago that I needed? Oh, variable resistor. RESISTORB. Resistorb. I might have to make my own. I don't know if they still sell variable resistors. Well, obviously they do. It's like a 10-turn pot, but I'm looking for one of the bigger... Whatever, it doesn't matter. I just had a moment where I took a step back and realized the sheer pile of parts. And I can press this and it turns on. And motors turn. Okay, hang on. I gotta plug this into a charger. Our battery is low enough that it may be causing problems. Let me grab my 10 amp charger real quick and connect this thing up. And by 10 amp, I mean... Yeah, sure, 10 amp. Hang on. Moving another chair out of the way. Oh, it's plugged in a spot that's hard to get to. Hang on, let me see if I have another one. Ah, someone put a cart with a giant television on it in the way. What is this? My apartment? No, I'm gonna have to unplug that other one. Stand by for... Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's not it. Hang on, I have to, like, lean over and do stuff now. Dad noises. Alright. A little bit of avalanche. And then some weirdo threaded this cable through a shelf. Okay, there we go. There. I just realized there may not be an outlet anywhere in that room that I can reach. Let's see here. The wheels in my brain are just turning incessantly right now. Can we... I'm going to plug this into this outlet, and I'm going to have to run over this cord every time I go in and out of here, so I'll just have to remember that it's plugged in. That's going to be the easiest thing for right now. Okay, so let's blast this with 10 amps for a little bit, using a Volt Pro in compatibility mode, while we get this wiring put together. And then, something. Let's see here. Oh. Charging port's a little hard to get to the way these were mounted on here. Oh, nigh impossible? Hang on. What? Ugh. Hang on, attempting to do things. Oh my goodness. We're gonna connect yet another joystick simply to use as a charging port. So let's unhook this one. And I'm just gonna... Oh. That's the wrong connector on it. That's okay. We have another Arnett cable right here on the floor, and there's a grabber stick within reach. Sorry, the camera zoomed in a bit. I just have to remember to unhook this joystick before we power it back up. I'm simply using it as a charging port. So we'll just kind of... Sure. Then the mountain is growing. Plug that in. Then we're going to plug this into the bus over here. And the charger should turn on. Hey, it clicked on. Sorry, that was probably loud. By the way... Oh, wait, never mind. I was going to say, the OMNI 1 has a charge port on the back of it. This one is on this side over here. So it's somewhere on the back of the chair. Which can be more or not annoying depending on the user. If you want to plug in your own joystick, you're going to have to reach around behind the chair to do it. Whereas the OMNI 1, it's built right into this. Anyways. Let me look at chat. Whew. Lucas as in UK car electric treble. Oh. Is that the company that the Beatles got their green apple from? Wireless COM port. Yeah, so to clarify, this is DB9. And I'm sure you didn't mean it, but just for other people. This is not a traditional COM port. As far as like RS-232 or RS-485 or something like that. It's not... It's kind of abusing the connector. But this is a pretty common use case. But this is not serial... I was going to say it's not serial communication, but it kind of can be. Anyways, forget I said anything. Don't plug this into a COM port on your computer, though. Hey, Wheelchair Ghost, how's it going? If Lucas built... yeah, I figured Wheelchair Ghost may make an appearance. He commented on the video yesterday. I don't know how long you've been watching, but we've gotten to the point where we can control the chair. We didn't have to plug in a programmer, but we had to use onboard programming. So, I think that technically counts as programming, maybe, but we didn't need a laptop or anything like that. Right now, just for ease of use, we're connecting up switches so that we can more easily kind of control stuff. I might regret doing this, but I'm about to. Come on, hands. Okay. And then we decided 8 was common, aka ground. Sorry, I'm probably being loud. I'm so excited that my hands are, like, not wanting to cooperate. I mean, obviously they're still working, but, you know. Okay, now... These are just going to be in a random order. Whatevs. Okay. Rewatch the trilogy, complete with the villain Lucas. I never had an Omni 2 to try. You're having much better luck than I did. Yeah, so I can't remember in your video. I was going to watch it in advance, but then I had to drive across town and back before the stream started. In theory, this should kind of work the same way. The Omni 2 and the Omni 1 should be identical as far as what we're doing here, but I think there's a difference between Omni of any version and this module. This one, as far as output goes anyway, you can literally plug it into the chair, power cycle it, and then you get switched relay outputs here without literally going to onboard programming or doing anything. As far as the input goes, I'm not 100% sure. The Omni, I think, might be introducing some extra weirdness, and that would require the setting changes, but I'm not 100% sure. That's why we're screwing around. And I was shorting these with Allen keys. I just want to remove that from the equation because obviously the resistance values are changing. And if I tried to do speed up or down or like honk the horn, the chair would go into this weird state and stop responding. But the batteries on the chair were also... Chair is the test bench behind me, but the batteries are also dead, which can cause random problems. I noticed that when I went to turn it on and it beeped and it didn't power up. Anyways. Okay. These should all be connected now. So let's unhook our joystick that we're using as a charger and plug back in whatever cable this is. Now, I think our joystick should be fine up there in that stack. Up there, whatever. Alright, let's see what happens. We're going to have more surface voltage, potentially. Okay, module, whatever. One of these should make it do something. Okay, so those all work. This error that's coming up on here is from something else going on the test bench. Hang on. Unknown module 4. Oh, we got a bunch of errors. Can someone type these into the chat as I read them? 20 Bravo Alpha. So 20 BA. Oh wait, is that the only error? Yeah, 20 BA is the only one. Actually, hang on. I might have put firmware on here for the, what you call it? The gyro, potentially, which might be our issue. Oops, hang on, I keep doing this wrong. We want this button. There we go. Thank you for typing that in the chat. We're going to look that up here in just a second. Oh boy, we got all kinds of stuff here going on. Unknown module 2, unknown module 3, unknown module 4. I wonder if this is devices from this thing. It could be. Hang on, let's do a little bit more sleuthing here. Sorry, it's hard to get the exposure right so you can actually see the screen. Drive, okay, that's fine. Controls, global. Oh, we have steering correct set for some reason. We'll turn that off. Momentary, yes. Reverse steering alarm, emergency stop, yes. Oh. We're going to turn off emergency stop just for potentially not causing problems later. Okay, that looks fine. Omni, global. Okay, we don't use sip and puff. Profiled. Okay, those are enabled. Port 1. Controls. User menu. Switches. User detect. Okay, so should be able to drive. Okay, we can drive fine. Where's our jumper lead? I think I just threw it somewhere indiscriminately. I'm gonna have to peel off another one. Oh, there it is. Alright. Now, according to this, 5 and 6, 5, 6, 7. Okay, still drives. Oh. Okay, so that goes into our user menu. Okay, 7. That really pissed it off. I think that was actually shorting something. 0704. Okay, to the documentation. It's, someone type 0704 into the chat. 0704. Oh, I think our recline actuator is having a problem too. Yeah, whatever. Pause for coffee. So good. Okay, Chrome. Let me turn this down a little bit. Hang on here. I think I can use the down arrow. Yeah, there we go. Okay, thank you. So let's start off. We'll just do RNet at first. 0704. Oh, 12-volt supply failure. Yeah. So, whatever that input was, we were literally shorting it. So that's what threw that error. 12-volt supply failure. Okay. Good to know. I should probably have a notepad I'm writing this stuff down with. And 20 BA. Or O. I'm not sure which. That might be a nice... That might be a permal... Yeah, that's a permobile side one. 20BA. 20BA. Node required but not present. Oh! I know what that is. That... I don't know if you can see this flashing right here. See that red light flashing? We've got a recline actuator that is apparently not connected. So let's turn the system off. And then, where's the recline actuator? That appears to be a recline actuator. Or legs, doesn't really matter. Then we need to connect that to the ICS bus. Yeah, luckily we have a whole pile of cables out here. Let me grab one real quick. Oh, cord's on the floor, being careful. I don't know how you carefully run over something. I don't even know what that means. This here... Yeah, this should work. So we have a leg rest actuator. We have the seat elevator. And this should be a recline actuator. Again, kind of abusing these cables the way I'm connecting them, but I think it should be alright. So that goes into there. And then we have our ICS bus over here. So I'm going to plug this in. There. And now, potentially, we should be rid of that error. We'll turn it on here. Oops. Our batteries are low. Come on. Dang it. Turn it on here. Okay, that works. That red light should... it's still blinking. Why is it still blinking? That cable should be plugged in. Hang on, I'm going to go into onboard programming here real quick. Oh, God. Wait, why is it not letting me... There we go. Oh, this is an old firmware, that's why. ISM actuators. Ew, gross. Oh, this doesn't even have the ICS menu. How do we... Wait, is the ICS even connected? It has to be. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Legs. Okay, legs are working. I think these buttons are bad. Oh, yeah, this thing's going dead. That's the problem. Let me grab my Victron 24-volt supply. That way we can connect it and charge it while we're running it. The screen started fading out on me, so I think that's causing our weird errors. Let me go into my room here. I gotta kind of dig back in here to unplug this charger and bring it in. But it has alligator clips on it, or it can. And that will allow me to connect it. Can I do this without an avalanche? Or accidentally driving my chair? Okay. Oh, that's right. There's spider glue traps back there. Carefuling. Okay. Oh, yeah. When I said we were going to be screwing around, I was not screwing around. I have a drawer filled with Victron adapters here. Here's one. Oh, wait, that's not it. This drawer. There we go. All right. So, this... let me switch camera views here. Whoops. Overhead. There we go. This is the charger I use with my chair nightly. And I made this little XLR connector. There we go. Made this little XLR connector. But, hang on, let me get this. Let me put all this down. Actually plug it into the pixie valve here. Angry pixies. Go away, you. Go. Then plug this in. Alright, that's plugged in. Let's drag this over here. Yeah, so this charger I have set up, I'm using the stock Victron high profile, which goes up to 29.5 volts, but it has this little thing you can disconnect. And then we'll plug in these. Actually, let me get them clipped onto the battery first. Batteries. Let's see here. Can't really see anything. That appears to be negative. Ooh, these are getting a little crustified. I have not been taking care of the batteries on the test bench. Okay, there. Come on. There. I think that's on there. Okay, now we can plug this in. And quickly check the state of the batteries here. Oh, they have dark mode suddenly. Okay, so we are putting in... Ooh, these batteries are not happy. We're only putting in 3.8 amps. Well, regardless. The system should power on now. I forget what we were even doing. Oh yeah, we're trying to clear that other air. Rabbit trails. Okay, so that's on now. Oh, that's right. Our firmware version, I think, was such that we can't adjust the ICS settings. Let's try and do it through the Omni real quick. Workbench. And then I will look at chat, because I've not done that in a minute. I had to change this out a few times, and I'm getting very short on wire, as you can tell here. Hey, DeBark, how's it going? Yeah, so the ICS bus is not seeing one of the actuators. I plugged it in and it's still not seeing it. But the firmware version we have, I don't think is going to allow us to change the ICS settings. Which we need to turn on onboard programming. Let's see here. Yeah, see, instead of ICS, we have ISM actuators and SM actuators. And... I'm trying to remember... Oh. Hang on, thinking. We're using a super old ICS. Let me look in the cart and see if I have a newer one in here. I mean, there is this one. I can't remember if this one is borked or not, though. I feel like it might be. Oh! I think I realized what the problem is here. Hang on. So this being a super old ICS, it uses these, what I call digital to analog converters, which they aren't really. But this thing right here with the little green blinking light, which you can't see, to run the seat lift. And I think we might need another one of those. Hang on here. Let's turn this off. We're going to unhook that. If I recall now, I think we might have to plug it in inside the ICS. We can't use the multiplexer. Oh yeah, this is a stupid old one. As in, stupid as a modifier, as in very much old. Let's try plugging it in a little more directly and see if that does anything for us. It doesn't really matter. I'm just going down a rabbit trail of these errors right now. Still blinking. Do I have any more actuators down there? I don't. Yeah, and see, with the newer firmware, you can go in there and just turn that one off. And then it's like, okay, cool. Okay, let me double check here. So this is going up to our ICS module. That is coming down from it. Okay, that's our switch box. Then that's this actuator. Let me just unhook this one and see what happens. We should have 2 blinking red lights now, maybe. Yep. I think this is old enough that it's expecting another one of these converters. I think I have one down here. Let me see here. I think all we have to do in this case, instead of actually plugging in this actuator, I think all we have to do is plug in another one of those converter modules, and I think that should appease it. And there is a whole bunch of these somewhere on this cart. Let's see here. This appears to be the wires I'm looking for. Oh, that's not it. Well, there's another attendant controller. Wait, what does this go to? That one's also cut in half. Oh, hang on. I see the plastic bag that I think we need. I believe this came from either Linda or Dee Dee. Hey, there they are. Do one of you recognize this bag? Someone, one or both of you, sent me a bunch of this stuff at some point. Okay, just looking at chat here. Have a good night and good week. Oh yeah, see you later, Dee Dee. Okay, so if this works, then I'm going to explain why. I think all we need to do is plug this in, and that should make it happy. Maybe. Nope, not that one. These are programmed sort of to be different devices. Let me try the other one here. We're not even going to take it out of the plastic bag. It's blinking. It did for a second. Hang on. This cable might be bad. Oh, let's plug it in the correct way. Nope, doesn't like that one. Let's try the other one real quick. Which went somewhere. What's the problem when you're doing this is if you set something down, it's immediately gone. Oh, there it is. Nope. So we're running into a firmware issue. Again, none of this really matters necessarily. I was just trying to clear the errors. So let's just go ahead and pretend none of this happened. That error doesn't matter. We now have a charger connected, so we don't need to worry about low power problems. Let me put these back in their bag, and we'll continue on. K450. Oh, these are the same. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter that it says K450 on it. Like, if you look at the engine control module inside, like a Ford Mustang or a Ford van that has a 5.0 EFI V8, you're going to see a sticker on the ECM that says, like, 1996 Taurus. So, the fact that says K450 doesn't necessarily mean anything. But, all that said and done, should we try... No, it doesn't matter. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I was going to say we should try this newer ICS module, but I'm pretty sure this one's fried. So we'll just put that away. Actually, what is this one here? Version 3.3. Let's check the one in the chair. Oh, we need to disconnect the power before we do this. Oh, hang on. Seat lift required. Oh, come on. Chair's doing that stupid thing where it tilts instead of going up. There we go. Never pull out the URIB firmware board while there's power connected to the chair at all. Oh, jeez. Danger, Will Robinson. Come out of there. Oh my gosh. Where's my pliers? They're all the way over there. Are you going to be moving again? Yes, probably. Your orc enrichments of a hot test bench carousel we had. Not sure what that means. In a bid for childless attention, RB streaks it through the room. Hey, RB, how's it going? By the way, did you get a chance to mesh around with... Mesh? That was a Freudian slip. Mess around with the T-Deck, which ironically is mesh. Checking software versions here. Someone bolted this to the top of the thing, so it's really hard to pull it out. What did I say, 3.3? Ah, it's the same one, 3.3. I was hoping it might be newer or something. I have to be very careful to plug this back in properly or we'll fry it. One of the few things when messing with permobiles that will 100% destroy everything is plugging in that pin header wrong. For some reason, Permobile in their infinite wisdom decided to not use the proper connector that has the shrouds around it that prevents that from happening. Also would have solved their ongoing problems with those boards coming loose and making your ICS lights stay on all the time. Still a problem to this day. Which, 10-second recap on that. Up to power platform, this is the ICS module. See this board? See how this flops around? If that is a loose connection, that's what causes your ICS lights to stay on when you turn off the chair. Okay, what the heck were we doing? That's right. Something. Waiting for the seat lift. Oakley dokley. Let me look at chat here. Let's see if we can at least turn this back. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see if this will power back up. Okay, we're still good. Alrighty. So, this is basically what I wanted to do in the video yesterday. Was this. So we've accomplished that. So what does this mean? I don't know. This basically allows us now that we know you can plug this in and use onboard programming with an OMNI 2 to make it work. It means we can connect to whatever we want instead of these switches, whether that's an Arduino or remote control. The problem is right now, as this is set up, we only have binary control, we'll say, which is on or off. Which means as soon as you click this, it's like pinning the joystick fully one direction or the other. No proportional control. We're not going to cover proportional control in this live stream. But what I would like to do now is unhook all of this and connect up this and see if it is in fact the same or not. I think that's going to be the next steps here. So let's turn this back off. Then we're going to unhook all this and connect up this guy. So let me get that thing, let me get the upper window out of the way for now. We can come back to that. There we go. Okay, so everything's off. What are those blue and white things sticking out of your test bench? Oh, these? Obnoxiously long screwdrivers, if that's what you're referring to. It took me a minute. So let's get this out of the way. We're going to just simply plug that back into this. Move that over here. This is right here. If I lose this, which is highly likely, it's right here. That's the IOM module. Unhook this filthy, anemic cable. Ugh, gross. I think we're done with this. I'm going to go put this in the living room. Actually, no, I'm not. Because we're going to try that on the IOM module. That's going on the pile on the floor. So, we're going to unhook this. Loop it around this camera here. And we'll just kind of move this stuff out of the way. Pretend I'm Martha Stewart and just sweep things under the table. Now, what we need to do is power cycle the system so it can go through its auto update and go back to like a stock driving mode. And we're going to see if we can get the joystick to control the chair again, even though this joystick's having problems. We're going to kind of do one of those real quick. Okay, so we should get a detection. Okay, it's doing something there. It says it's at 100%. I wonder if Gen Z even knows what a streaker is. That's a valid point. Don't mean to be a grammar Nazi. When you're out of the weather, just found out. Alright, I'll read that all in a minute. Okay, once the power cycle. Let's turn it back on. I think all of this is out of the way. Okay. Turn up our speed, and there we go. We're driving. Always do it twice, because there is a weird thing with some of these RNet modules where it lets you drive for a split second and then cuts out. Okay, so we're back to stock now. So, this is really cool. What we're going to do now, I will demonstrate what we did on the last stream. Slight detour. So let's say, for example, I need to get another joystick over here, actually. Hang on. Do I have another PJSM that I can plug in? I don't. I think all of these are broken. Hang on here. Thinking. Can we use one of these other ones? I think we can. Hang on here, sorry. Scrolling through things in my head. A bunch of these are bad. Let me, see if this joystick is functional, because I really need to show this all on camera. So we're going to... which one is the joystick? I think it's this one. Yes. I'm going to plug in another joystick here. Let's see if this one functions. Stand by for testing. Got to do the auto detect and all that. Okay, we have those buttons. We have profiles. We have mode. Okay, cool. This joystick works. Can we drive? We can. Okay, sweet. We're still getting the unknown module error, but that's fine. We can ignore that. Okay, so here's our wheelchair. Isn't it great to just have all this crap behind me? And then we can just have the parts we need right here. So we're going to turn this off. We're going to... Okay, so if you want to, for example, get... I think it's 7 or 8. Somewhere between 5 and 8 relay outputs. And you have one of these modules. It literally takes no programming. So right now, we have a wheelchair. Let me get the other screen. Well, you can hear it click. It drives and works. So, normal factory wheelchair. Pretty much stock programming on everything. So all we do is plug this in. Now we turn on the joystick. It's going to have to do an auto detect. Power cycle it. Chair still drives just fine. Now, if we go mode, we have this new thing called Mode 5 now. And if we move the joystick around, listen to this. It's going to be a very faint clicking, but you'll hear it. That is relays inside here clicking that are connected to this output. We didn't change any programming. It worked automatically. So, for example, if you want to plug this into an interface to drive an RC car, you want to control some switches, something like that. Let's get this connected and see if we can make the meter beep. Hang on, we have to use a cable again. Where did I throw the extra cables? Oh, that's right. Paperwork mudslide. We'll just use this one that's here, since we know it works. I'm going to borrow this for a minute. So this is the difference. An OMNI is basically the same. It's half of an input-output module. It gives you the input function. But the actual IOM module gives you input and output. So let's connect this guy up. Aha! This is why I bought opposing gender cables. Now, output. Oh wait, output. Yeah, whatever. So one in common. Let's try this. We're kind of just shooting from the hip here, to use a term that I can't stand, and potentially. Nope. Ah, there goes my pliers. Maybe. Nope, not that. I think we need to print off another page. That's common. So 8 and 9. Pin 1, output. Unless the wiring's different. Oh. We want 8. Oh, these are wired slightly differently. That's why. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is 8, and this is 1. Oh, come on. Hang on. Let's go straight to the source here. That's output. Pin 1's over here. 1, 2, 8. Oh, don't make a fool out of me now. Come on. Hang on. I'm going to look at the manual real quick. Anyways, we're getting switched outputs out of this. And we didn't do any programming. That's the cool part. But let me look through the documentation real quick. I think our pinout is wildly different. Even if we can't get something on the pin headers, that doesn't really matter because you can hear the relays clicking in there. All right, let me look at chat again here real quick. TDEC, yes, but having odd issues, been sickly for a few days, so not focused on it. No worries. Let's see here. Streakers. Yeah, reflections for you. I'm going to be moving again. This place is only going to be temporary. I'm kind of waiting on some potential options to come up. There's 2 right now, one of which is a lot more potentially possible, but I'm not going to jinx it yet. But we're probably at least a month out before I know on that. Truck hinges. Track down shorts. Okay, I'm just scrolling here. Grammar Nazi. It's like when people say they're driving under a tunnel. There is one place in Portland you can actually drive under a tunnel. There's nested tunnels. There's the main roadway, there's one tunnel, and then there's another tunnel. So you can actually drive under a tunnel. One ring to blind them all. Wish I had those at my shop at the flea market. Yeah, obnoxiously long screwdrivers are great. Flea market the other day. Couldn't believe how much 3D printed trash from China. Yeah, any sort of trade shows or conventions, anything is going to just be filled with all kinds of stuff that people have 3D printed. 3D printed birdhouses. Which are adamantly kind of cool. We took the place of wood. Handmade birdhouses, what I've seen there. I wonder if 3D printed birdhouses are going to start a cancer epidemic for birds. I got fat fingered, was trying to say Workbench reminds me of our hot test engine. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, is it Lonnie Rigsby? Yeah, I worked at Ford myself for a while, so I know exactly what you're talking about with those hot engine stands. Yeah, exactly. It would be nice if those outputs were proportional. Yeah, so the outputs are 100% not proportional. I can tell you that for sure. Let's switch back over to... where is it? Output example. These are literally just relays. Yeah, and we can do diagonal control with the outputs, but okay, the power modules accept IOM output devices. Oh, in modes 5, 6, and 7. It should be working though. Control 3 of them. Yes, yeah, so you can hook 3 of these up to a chair at a time. This is what they use for those Innova or Canova or whatever robot arms that attach to your chair. For more. Okay, forward control. Direction, XY data is shown below. Let's go back here a little bit. Okay, so that's all set properly. Oh, digital, there we go. Oh, that's input again. Detect, on, off. These are still inputs. There we go, output pin out. Okay. Yeah, here we go. You can see the relays right here. Yeah, so that's what we were looking at. Oh, common is 8. Rating 0.5 amps, 24 volts DC per pin. So we should have been getting something. Yeah, so that is correct. Output. But regardless, you can hook it up and in theory it works with no programming. That's what shocked me when we discovered that a couple weeks ago. Rating. The relays are normally open. Operate by closing to common. That's phrased a little bit strangely. They operate by closing to common? Yeah, because that should be an output. So forward, reverse, left, right, speed up, down, horn. So... not connected. Okay, so it should be 8. Alright, let's go back. And this comes into potentially maybe the adapters I'm using are slightly different somehow. Hang on, let me get caught up on chat here. Dan should change his movement to the wheelchair whisperer. I don't know about all that, but that's a lot of words. Atari 2600 paddle controls. Yes, exactly, Danny. That's kind of what I was thinking about. Is something like that. Waiting to move sucks. Yeah. How long before you hear, Mike? Or before you hear back on that? Now I'm picturing some sort of setup on a tennis court. Projector so that two people could use the wheelchair to play a real-life virtual game of Pong. Yes. Exactly. Okay, let's go back here and see if we can figure out what the heck's happening. Okay, so move these wires out of the way. Swing my joystick out. Let's push some buttons so this doesn't go to sleep. Okay, so speed up and down should activate relays too. Yes. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we determined this was the same. So 7 and 8 potentially. Let's check the wiring of this. So we deemed that that is pin 1. Actually, let me mentally... That's 1. So it should be over there. Actually, here, we're just going to keep going straight to the source here. It is entirely possible that these probes are not reaching in here as far as they need to. But, 7 and 8. Can I get these in here? Not really. So let's do forward or reverse then. Okay. Let's, I'm thinking these pins may not be going, or my probes may not be going deep enough in there, so let's try this. Yeah. Much confused. Input, output, pin 1. We're just going to try a few different things here. I wonder if... output... Sorry, we're going down a rabbit hole. I'm going to pop the cover on this and look to see what pins the relays are connected to. There's something going on here that's not... There's some hinkiness going on. I want to... of course, they're weird screws, which should be weird in this flavor. Then we'll get to the input thing again. Again, this is why we're screwing around. This is why I decided not to do it in the video. Is it was going to take way too long, and there's way too much farting around that's not really applicable for an edited video. Live streams are just here hanging out, talking about whatever, while I'm doing something in the background. I do the same thing, easier transfer to the toilet. Oh, wait, hang on. There's an audience to be found in streaking around. Supposed to view unit available in early August? Oh. I guess that's coming up soon. All this so Dan can play power soccer from the sidelines without being in the chair. Sav, you caught me. Yes. Maybe. Can you imagine? So there is a weird rule on the books for power soccer that doesn't allow you to use any sort of video headset. I'm trying to wonder what that's all about, because the testing I've done, if I get one of those Apple Vision Pros and use the pass-through vision on it, I can be in a gym with crappy lighting. I wouldn't be able to play necessarily. And then there's that weird rule about it also. But interesting note, for sure. I think... Oh, there's those ones I threw on the floor. Hang on. I'm gonna thread these down here. Come here, players. But yeah, I'm curious why that rule's on the books and what the heck they're even talking about. Wait. Can we? Ah, almost. That would have been convenient. Wait a minute! iFixit has thingies! Why did I not grab this one that I thought it was first? Look at this. Sweet. I've never used that bit before. Outstanding! Oh, I hope there's not nuts inside this that are going to fall off. I don't think there should be. Oh, that jack might be a problem, though. Wait a minute, I just realized there's a bit with a magnetic tip in there, too. Nice. Yep. Dang it, is that... Hopefully it's attached to the board. Oh, it's not. Oh, that's okay, though. Wait, is it okay? Haha! Okay. Oh, am I gonna have to unplug that? You can see the bank of relays in there, and they are on this side. Hang on, I'm trying to be lazy here. I think I can reach in there with stork nose pliers, so we're just going to unscrew this. Isn't this music soothing? Ah, there's standoffs in the way. Those are riv nuts and they're in the way. Wait, I think we can come out this side. Okay. Ugh, this just got more annoying. Okay, fine. I have to unplug the thing. Didn't really want to do that. Hang on, there's got to be a way around this. Oh, there is. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, all right. There we go. So, as you can see, we have a bank of 7 relays. Camera froze. Let me fix the camera. Where's my stick? Oh wait, I just realized I have to click stuff on the computer after I do this. Come on. Maybe? I'll try it one more time. One of the pros of being in a chair is that I never wear pants anymore. Radically help my sores. Yeah, right? No more problems with pressure sores and seams and stuff like that. Pants are for dumbs. Hang on, let me fix this camera. El gato! It's the cat camera! Which actually makes sense. It's spastic as hell. Oh. Oh, almost. Hang on. Try it again. Oh. So close. Hang on. More button pressing. The longer Windows is running, the crankier it gets. Okay, there we go. It's back. And I just figured out a way. I just improved my efficiency by 33%. I don't have to open a menu, I found out, to fix it. Okay, so, do we have traces on the back? We do! Okay, so, piles of relays. This is our output side. So, these are all our giant fat tracks right here. So what we need to do is figure out... I can unplug this now. figure out where the common is. All right, so that's one there. I'm looking at the screen to do this instead of... Okay, so in theory, pin 8 is common, and that should be this one right here, which should translate to this. Yep. So that is this giant track right here. Okay, so that goes over to here. Eight. And then it dips into a via. Great. So that's common. Then, oh, I can see it inside the board. Yeah, see this dark section right here? That, I believe, is our common. So if we're lucky, we can use these vias here to probe that out. So it should be that pin right there. And then hopefully one of these vias. No. Yeah, that's pin 8. Should be common. Just verify real quick here. Okay. That goes over to here. I'm just going to kind of scratch through the coding here a little bit. Okay. That's what sharp probes are good for. That's the first time I've actually used them. Yeah, I fixed the video in the corner. It was being weird. You might be a little bit behind in chat, or you might have drifted away from being actually live. Okay, so that goes through to that relay. I wonder if there's an enable that we're not... Yeah, there could be an enable here that's not turning on. Hang on here. Sorry, a moment of silence while I do a little bit of reverse engineering here. So, go back to pin 1. We should be able to find one of these test points that are connected. Unless this is all conformally coded, which I think it is. I think we might be dealing with some sort of enable that's not working. Or not turning on the output, you know? I think the conformal coding's getting in our way here. Okay, pin 1 is going to... right there, which should be this. Oh my gosh. Okay. So pin 1, relay 1. This should be 2. Okay. 3. Yep. 4. Do we loop back around? Maybe. No. Goes out of order. 5. 6. Wait a minute. Pin 6 is supposed to be speed up. Hang on. 5. Six. Oh, it's not connected. Oh, our pinout's different than I thought. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 is that one. Okay, okay. Our pin numbering was different than I thought. All right. Let's see if our newfound knowledge does anything for us now. This is an insane rabbit trail we're going down here. Reverse engineering live. We're just gonna kind of... Yeah, we're gonna YOLO this. Carefuling. Okay, all our relays are still working. So, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 1. Careful, careful. Ah! Okay, there we go. Our output works. So, let's turn this off before we blow it up. I'm going to annotate this real quick. But you didn't think we were going to figure that out. Oh, alright, where's my pen? Let's use this. Let go of that. Okay, our pin number is wrong. All right, do y'all accept that as functional? We have 8 relay outputs now we can use. We hooked it up without doing any programming. Shalom. I don't know why I said that. Okay, let's put this thing back together and continue on with whatever we were actually doing. Yeah, sweet. Oh, how do we do this? I think... oh, look at all the different levels this board can go on. Which one's scratched? Oh, man. There's no evidence. Oh, wait. I think second up. We may have to do this more than once. I'm just going to do a test fit here real quick to make sure that's on the right spot. It is not. Let's try 3. Show me potato salad. I've been waiting so long to use that line. Please tell me at least one person out there gets that reference. Okay, success. Sorry, I've been neglecting chat again. Yes, we all play Power Soccer from home. Can you imagine? That would be amazing. I know I'm 88, was around back then. Oh, wow. Supposed to be a one-bedroom ADA unit with 0 barrier roll-in bathroom. And they're probably doing that thing where they don't let you look at it until it's actually ready. Although someone could still be living in there. Oh, speaking of transferring to the toilet, you may have seen my post on Twitter. Permobil, I've figured out. I haven't talked to any of them yet. Actually, let's check in on our battery charger. They seem to be going hard into the data collection thing. Oh. Did we unplug it? Why are we at 0? Something's wrong. Did I connect this backwards? Oh, hang on. Ow! I just stabbed myself. And the more exciting part was I actually felt it. That's kind of revolutionary now that you think about it. Or now that I think about it. Is my flashlight here somewhere? Do you see a flashlight on the desk? Oh, there it is. No, it's connected properly. Why is that not charging? Oh! I turned off the breaker. Whoops. There we go. Silly rabbit. Or no, silly goose. Alright. Where were we? What was I talking about? I think I was asking something in chat, but I can't remember what it was now. Interesting note, there is almost an attempt at weather sealing on this. There's a little bit of foam on the back of this thing. I certainly wouldn't want to run around in the rainstorm with this thing, but... Okay. Oh, Permobil. They posted something on Facebook, and the whole data collection thing, they're kind of leaning into it, I've discovered. Where is this? Twitter. Me. No, I don't want my location. How do I... Profile. So they posted a thing that's like... Because they're all about data collection. They're leaning into it now. They're like, the user's stand function is how they transfer to the toilet. So when it started failing, it was critical. Because the chair was activated and connected from day one, we could see the constant tilt errors in the logs, inspect the chair, and resolve the issue. Since then, there have been no errors. Connectivity meant we could act fast on something that really mattered to the user's independence. My response to that was, I understand the concept, but this is creepy AF. You log our every movement, even when we take a piss? I'm not going to dive into that, but there's two sides to everything, and that just immediately struck me in the way that I replied. Anyways. Actually, we're going to leave these a little bit loose, because we're probably going to have to line up these screws a little bit here. So let's get this kind of in place, and then lightly get our screws in here. Oh, that other screwdriver bit's probably somewhere here. Where's the screwdriver bit? Oh, man. Oh, there it is. Oh, chat. Yeah, the comment about transferring to the toilet easier made me think of that. But yeah, no pants makes toilet transfers a lot easier. You kind of jest, but I think it would be totally possible to have a remotely driven wheelchair. This is one thing I want to do. I want to take an old power chair base, upfit it with some cameras, and send it out into the world with remote controls. It's a big, heavy thing, so someone's probably not going to pick it up and run off with it. But that'd be cool. Little portable wheelchair ROV. Like, seriously. All the appeal of BattleBots, but the additional appeal of every competitor already being injured in a chair. Yes. Cripple Robot Wars. I always dreamed of getting my pilot's license and say that I have a flying first person drew. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the FPV goggles are pretty sweet for drones. Lonnie says, I retired as a tool and die maker, ended up in a wheelchair, and get bored. Trying to get an intervan set up so I can drive from my chair. Cool. Gotta keep the mind working. Definitely. Another reason that piano got reeled into here. Keeps my mind working. My Cryptbot name. Spasticus Prime. Yeah, that's awesome, Kent. I love that. Gearbound Gladiator. Mech Rider or Cryptech Titan. Spasmatic 2000. Not from Ronco. Family Feud, yes. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Hey, Robert, welcome in. I'm just getting caught up on chat here. Ronco is classic. Neuro No Bad by Ronco, yes. We'll be back to pick you up later. Mr. Microphone, yeah. Kalaka, Ancient Babylonian for carpool. I've ordered a new bounder, says Robert. Excellent. Hopefully that works well for you. Got a few items for Ronco. My new chair has a button on the wheel. It amplifies my voice and plays it to the rear seats. Meant to yell at the kids. Will you ever do a lithium conversion? Maybe eventually. I've played around with it, not on camera, but I understand what I do. I am not held responsible for what other people do. Without going way into it like I normally do, I just don't want to give the people the thought of buying an $80 lithium pack on Amazon and jamming it in their chair. I have played around with it, but maybe eventually. I love that because it implies kids won't pay attention unless it's being broadcast over an electronic medium. With a plush alien, yes. Planet Cryptard. Either that little screen that displays your face to allow people to talk to the chair. So, that's something else I thought would be really cool. I think it's something they already do. Maybe it was just in TV shows, but people have an iPad hanging from their neck, and they pay people to walk around and FaceTime in different cities, so that you can kind of walk around, and, you know, the person can either speak for them, or they can go through the speakers. But something like that with cameras on a wheelchair base would be pretty sweet. Letting people kind of tour other areas and stuff. Like have a park or a forest somewhere, like fenced off, and you can log in or remotely drive a wheelchair around and look at stuff. That'd be sweet. Yeah, hold up your screen and talk to the chair, yeah. With Permeable doing predictive maintenance, does that mean it won't take 4 months? Yeah, so Chris, that's the other thing. There aren't any DMEs I know of currently that, so a number of them know how Power Platform works, but there are none of them proactively looking at logs and calling the user when they see a problem. That's not how windmills work. Sorry, another reference I couldn't resist. There's no way your phone's going to ring when they see a problem before you realize it is. And that's why I said I understand the concept. That's some crazy dystopian pipe dream. It would be cool if things worked that way, but they don't. And they won't ever, because that's not how insurance is. So, in the meanwhile, what are we doing with all the data? And since I don't have an account... By the way, the F3 I have back here that I got from Ryan, the other day I was like, oh crap, that has a Connect module in it. I was going to pull out the chair and disconnect it. Guess what? That module already fired up and ran the batteries dead. But you don't have an account, so are they going to be using the GPS data? Because when you have an account with the app, you can tell it explicitly to turn the GPS on or off. If you don't have an account, is it just going to turn it on by default? I'm made of questions. Anyways. I saw a chair that uses LiDAR. Yeah, so back for more. I believe it's Lucy. I've been trying to get a demo with them, but I think it works with a few brands now. But they strap this whole system to your chair with cameras and LiDAR, and it keeps you from driving off curb or going off down some stairs or running into stuff or things like that. It's pretty sweet. I play guitar, banjo, most stringed instruments. Set my studio up soon to some recording. Was in bands, graduated. Want to buy a 3D printer. Yeah, Lonnie, you got a bunch of stuff to keep busy with. That's awesome. Yeah, keep yourself busy for sure. I saw the one with the LiDAR. I don't like the fact that it limits my driving. Yeah, so that would be more for, well, speaking of what we're doing here, alternative controls that are maybe not proportional. You can get proportional head arrays where you can adjust your speed and modulate it that way. But I see those systems being super helpful for someone with a sip and puff or a head array or a chain control or something like that, where they may not be able to stop or react fast enough for certain situations. For that type of setup, it seems super useful to me. But just for generic people driving their chair around, maybe not as much, you know? Okay. Trying to get these wires so they're not scraping on the PCB in there. I think. Hang on, which way does this go? I could rewind the stream and figure it out, probably. Oh wait, no, it goes that way. There we go. Okay, so next up, we're gonna try our sorry, brain started doing something. We're going to try doing the same thing that we did with the Omni with this. But I just realized it automatically installs the output mode. So there may be some programming required to get it into input mode, maybe? I don't know. We'll find out here in a minute. Once we put this back together. We're almost there. Trying to keep my hands from going into claw mode. Oh, cross thread's a strong thread, I suppose. Alright. Now, switch back to this. Little tiny nut drivers. Best thing ever. I'm sure some of you out there have messed with LPT and COM and RS-485 cables with these little things and tried to use pliers like I was trying to do and just fighting it and stabbing yourself and scratching up the edges and just making a generic mess out of planet Earth. This is nice. This makes me happy. It's the little things. I consider myself a generic person. Excellent. I think I mentioned previously, but I worked with the City of Portland's Commission on Disabilities for a while. My position there was community member at large. I think that qualifies as generic person. I've got a picture somewhere. I had a little name tag on my spot at the table too. And it said my name, community member at large. It was great. Okay. I think this is back together. Let's put our tools away. Should be a flat blade here somewhere, but we may not need it right now. Let's get this temporarily out of the way. Okay. So I think we can just plug this back in and we should still be fine. It won't have to do any detection stuff. By the way, after taking this apart, bus 2 is the main connection. This is a remote one. So if you're worried about power delivery, connect it to 2. At least on this one. That's how it's set up. Okay. Alright. Still in mode 5 with the relays clicking. Just in case you didn't hear it earlier. And we've now learned that our pinout is different from how we thought, but that's fine. We're not going to mess with the output anymore. So, input mode. Profile 1. Oh, I think I just figured it out. I think you power it on with this. I think that's how it works. I'm not sure how we're going to program it, but let's go ahead and get our Mr. McFeely cable reattached. Not sure why I said Mr. McFeely. Now we're going to need a mono port. I'll use the headphones I have currently. That'll work. Let's get this plugged back in. I'm not sure how we're going to specify digital, analog, whatever, and all that, but I think the way this works, like the Omni, is you have to power on the system with the device you want to control it with. So, I'm making the assumption that if we use this power jack to turn it on, this thing should have control of the chair. Maybe. I don't think that turned it on. So, oh, got my glove in there. Is this still working? Yes, okay. So that should have turned it on, but it didn't. So let's go exploring in onboard programming here. Let's see. Zach from Jericho Everything has a wife who is gifted a self-driving wheelchair. Jason, was that a video a while back, or was it more recently? I think I remember something about that. Oh yeah, we talked about that. That was the one that looked pretty cool. But me being cynical as I am, my question was, why is it so cheap? As I recall, they were selling it for very, very inexpensively. And I was like, pardon my vernacular, but my first thought was, what's your angle, pervert? Not to them, but to the company. Again, that's just a cynical part of me, though. Yeah, that thing did look really cool. I also may be a bit jaded since I have a repair approved by insurance, parts ordered, received, new motion just called, and pushed my appointment back over a month. Welcome to the club, Chris. I have a new HP Victus, 32 RAM storage, docking station. Sounds like a sweet new setup, Justin. I bought a brand new complete set it and forget it rotisserie. Everything but the box for it for $3. Nice. Oh, lost it to a storage bill? Ah. New Motion probably backed up your appointment because they ordered the incorrect parts. Maybe. Was that the Ronco rotisserie? I keep hearing that beeping of it turning on and off and looking at my chair. Yeah, it's kind of like the squeaky rat and your dogs, but you keep hearing the beep of the chair and you're like, what's going on? We may have to defer to documentation here. Yeah, I think we're going to have to give this thing access with a programmer to make it work. Since this doesn't have a screen and we couldn't power on the chair with it for some reason. Yeah, because the device you're controlling the chair with has to power it on. That's how the CAN system works at like a firmware level. Control. Oh, wait. Hang on. Wait a second. I think if we go into profiles. Okay, hang on. We may have an input device. Hang on. Okay, profile 2, JS, attendant, Omni, dots, IOM1. Okay, so this is onboard programming. I'm assuming this is going to be IOM1. Where's our little switch? Our little dial. It's not... I don't know if this one has it. We're going to say... Okay, IOM123. So IOM1, we're going to set control for profile 2. Sorry, you can't see this very well. Maybe. Do a power cycle. Okay, now... No. Okay, no dice. My glove keeps getting plugged into the... This is the Bluetooth receiver I use, so I can keep the noise gate turned off on the microphone for my earpiece. Okay, so... Drive, that's fine. Controls. Global. Okay. Profiled. Joystick. Okay, all modes are enabled. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling we're going to have to use a programmer for this. Can we just set... one to that, too? I don't know. Power cycle. Ah, bad settings. That makes sense. We basically told it that this can't control the chair, and that pissed it off because this turned on the chair and it can't control it, so it gave us the bad settings error. So, let's go back in here. Yeah, I know it's bad. Oh. Did we screw ourselves? We might have. This is where a PJSM is a little bit better for... Yeah, I think we borked it in a way where we need a programmer now. It still says bad settings. Yeah, it's not having it. Okay, experiment. Let's try this and get rid of the Omni. Make it do an auto detect and see if it'll reassign itself. Auto detect is happening. Someday, if I ever get enough subs to do a stream, I'll show off my $11,000 PC. Okay, will it fix itself? Yep. There are a couple of ways to use onboard programming to lock yourself out, and I think we just discovered another one, and that's taking away JSM input from the device that's powering it on. I'm pretty sure our mode button was working before. Yeah, it was. Yeah, bad settings. Okay. We're going to try and use the Wi-Fi dongle, because that's easy. Or easier. Okay, look at the chat. Mono 1/8 jack. Yeah, you can just use headphones to trigger it. That's what I was doing. When they've ordered the wrong parts, a text shows up to find that out first, and then comes back a month or two later. Unless they really screwed up, and instead of getting you, like, tires, they got random brackets or something, where they opened the box and it was obvious. Although they may not even open the box till they show up. That's an interesting point. Audio science sound card. I'm fighting with stupid people about local data centers and how they seem to not understand that data centers have been around since the internet was born, and that's not something new. That's kind of like fighting with the people that say air turbines cause cancer. But yeah. I think the chair is not covered under insurance, so that makes it cheaper, kind of like the wheel. Yeah, that could be Jason. I feel like maybe it was an introductory price or something. I feel like it was like... I can't remember now, but yeah. My new quickie I've just had sucks. Which quickie did you get, by the way? I've heard the quickies have gotten better, but you can at least program them, but I feel like they're kind of on par with Quantum, or maybe a little bit worse for reliability sometimes. It's hard to make a generalization like that, though. As much as I want to go to the high-speed package, ended up going with mid, because I live in a really hilly area. Yes, hills are definitely something to consider with the Bounder. Although their new motors do have a lot more torque. I'm not sure if those motors have trickled down into the insurance build chairs or not yet, though. Yeah, Back for More, they took away from that Go to YouTube channel thing. I'm the only one that can do that now. They took it away from everyone for a while, but they finally gave it back to the creator. So I can click on it and go to channel, but everyone else can't for some reason. I don't know why. Is that little box wirelessly connecting your earphones to your computer? Yes. So this is a Bluetooth receiver that's paired to the computer. Previously, I had the speakers on the desktop is how I could hear audio instead of wearing headphones. But I had to turn on a noise gate on the microphone, and that resulted in total silence when I wasn't talking. And it was kind of jarring sometimes to watch the stream that way. So I decided to use this so I could just have an earpiece at least. That way I can hear what's going on the computer, and it doesn't feed back into the microphone. I think it was all-in-one with the glass door. Had the accessories too. Headphones are wired, no lossy compression. Yeah. Ooh, Sennheiser spares. Nice. Here's the cord. Oh, yeah. Dragging around a cord with your chair. Without the control function, see if you can now boot or start from the other device. Yeah, I actually thought of that. Darkest Nights. I'm going to try it just because I thought about it, but then I thought this setting, the system doesn't know until it boots up and see it. I'll just try it. I did think of that, but we should. Yeah, no dice. Yeah, good call on that. I assumed no one would notice, so I went through it in my brain and decided not to do it. It's good to try everything, though. Have thunderstorms. How do you tell the power company that surges have been going on for a year? Ugh. See, anything important here, I've got connected up to an AVR online UPS. That's a lot of words, but AVR means auto voltage regulation. So it has a transformer built in that can step up or step down the voltage without using the battery automatically. And online means that it is constantly using the circuitry to feed power out, so that when the power fails, it's an instant switch, like a millisecond or something like that. Whereas traditional ones, when the power goes out, the switching time is still pretty quick, but it has to fire up the inverter, click a relay over, and then it works. But yeah, voltage sag is a thing around here too, for sure. But yeah, look into an APC UPS with AVR. You don't need the online part, but do APC UPS AVR. Type that into Amazon, and you should find one that has AVR or automatic voltage regulation. That should help a lot. And they're not really that much more expensive. Looking for Xbox hard drive, pre-programmed, cheapest. Oh gosh. Okay, where were we at? We need, oh, Wi-Fi programmer, Wi-Fi dongle. Let me grab that. Moment. Do I want to run over this cord? I think it should be all right. Let me get this battery charger laying here. Yeah, I think I may have hosed the batteries in the test bench. Although they may have been bad when I put them on there. Moment of silence for coffee. Oh. That coffee was mostly water. Okay, let me fetch our Wi-Fi dongle. Oh, hang on. Someone left a bunch of crap on the floor here. There we go. Oh, and also for that little Bluetooth earpiece dongle I'm using, I also use some extended Bluetooth antennas. This thing is plugged into the computer and it magnets to the wall right next to me. So that way with these, and this is made by FIO, by the way. I'll have to give you a link to it. But that allows me to have earpiece coverage anywhere in the apartment. Okay, Wi-Fi dongle. Dingly dongle. Hi. I need to speak to you about your dongle. It throws me off every time I come into the living room because there's a test bench sized hole in the living room. All right, Wi-Fi dongle. Seeing as how all this crap is laying on the desk already, attaching this will be exquisitely simple. Okay, power on. And this should spawn a Wi-Fi network that I had a whole... I can't remember what the password was. I think I changed it recently. Oh, wait. I don't think I can connect to Wi-Fi and keep streaming. I'm going to have to use... Oh no, and I can't do RDC. Ah, I remember this problem now. We're going to have to use a regular dongle. For reasons. By the way, Flippy has been upgraded. Check it out. We got an internal Wi-Fi card now and some antennas glued on top. So let's get Flippy fired up. There we go. And I will go fetch the regular dongle, which I think should be in my backpack. Or briefcase, or whatever you call a bag that doesn't technically go on your back that you carry around with you. And then we'll just already see into this thing. Beep beep. There it is. Oh, no, that's not it. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. I unzip my backpack and I'm looking around for the dongle and it's just laying right there. Ya dongle we do. Again, very easy to connect to because our wheelchair is just on the desk. There we go. Now, I feel like I need a little wig for this guy. Did anyone ever get one of these in the Happy Meals back in like the early 90s or whenever that was? Back when the Happy Meal toys were somewhat substantial. All right, let's see here. Who's messaging me? What on earth? I'll watch that later. Oakley dokley. Let's switch over to display capture. There we go. Fire up the old Flippy here. Let's give ourselves... By the way, Windows 11 now has this thing that pops up every time, so we can give ourselves clipboard access to the thing it's about to fire up. Then we'll bring this over here. Do smart sizing. And I apologize, this is going to be very tiny. But yeah, reasons. Okay, chat. Yeah, there were crazy thunderstorms here last night, too. The power flickered a few times, but it didn't go out, luckily. Oh, let me show you real quick. Senor Bezos. APC, UPS, AVR. Yeah, so these are the ones that I use. There's a couple sizes. There's the 850 VA and the 1500 VA. Let's look at the big boy here. Prices have gone up a little bit. I think it should tell us about the AVR part of it. Yeah, automatic voltage regulation. Corrects low voltage brownouts and surges without draining battery. It boosts or trims to stable 120 volts. So there's a multi-tap transformer with different windings that come off. So if you get to like 88 volts, it'll kick in. If you get, it's somewhat variable, but it's kind of cool that it can do that without actually using its battery. But I got one of these connected to this machine right now. Pretty great. They are NUT server compatible, of course. They have a USB port on the back. There's buttons on the front, so you can stop it from screeching incessantly. But yeah, one of these things is, I use them for everything. I also use them in the bus as well. There's a slightly smaller version that's slightly cheaper. But if you're going to spend $162, you might as well spend $190 and get almost double the capacity. But yeah, that's what I was talking about there, anyhow. Yeah, there's a bunch of crap. The price has gone up on these things quite a bit recently. 'Cause reasons. Oh, and the cool thing is, you can change the display on the front to see what your line voltage currently is, which is super handy. So electric good leaks or rats, leaky rats. I got some very nice 12 kilowatt, 120, 220 standard battery. Ooh, nice. Server, rack mountable ones are pretty nice for sure. Could do a graphing oscilloscope. Another thing you can do if you have Home Assistant set up is get yourself a Z-Wave outlet switch with power monitoring built in, and then you'll just have a log of what your line voltage has been. Zoos make some pretty nice ones. Even if you don't need an outlet switch, it's a cheap, easy way to log that data in Home Assistant. I want to hook a mower deck up to my chair so I can mow my lawn. What do you think? So Lonnie, the problem with that is it introduces a lot more load than you might think. And even with 120 amp RNet chairs running around in the grass and pushing a mower deck, you're going to go into thermal rollback pretty quickly. Ask me how I know. Kicking horse coffee. The Xbox S. So Richard, those use SATA drive. Oh, you're looking for something that's pre-flashed. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know where to buy that stuff these days. Probably eBay or something. Now, the trick is, what Back for More is saying here, remotely mow your yard with a power chair. So one of the first things I do when I move is going to be completing the RC lawnmower project. There's a few different ways to do it. I literally have all the parts I need to do it. I just need a garage or a shop to work in, and we can bang it out in one video. There's a number of cool ways to do that, though. That's the thing. RDP already has a way to redirect USB devices. Yeah, so same with the USB redirection. That little window that pops up, now you can turn all that on and off, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, USB drives and printers and all that stuff. So it's been that way since Windows 7 for sure. What I didn't point out was you had to go into the .rdp file and change those options. They were all enabled by default previously, but now on Windows 11, every time you launch a remote desktop connection, it'll pop up and ask you. So that's kind of handy. Makes me wonder. Transformer. Trim 240 volts. Remote controlled lawn mowing. New model APC BX 1500M. Oh yeah, that thing's nice. I'm familiar with that one, J-Baby. I recently had to go through and decide if I was replacing batteries or replacing entire UPS units. A few of them I replaced. A few of them I changed the batteries in. Alternatively, you could try to put together something like Tesla Powerwall E650s. Yeah, if you're in the UK, you can just pick up the vape battery or the vapes that people leave on the side of the road. ARNet not connected. Oh, the chair's not on. I could have sworn I'd turned it on, but maybe it timed out because of the bad settings. Okay. Read. Come on. So the first thing we can do, we don't need OEM access for. We're going to switch that control function back to give it access to the joystick. Come on. Here we go. We have to change this to... we'll just do universal. Okay. And then we will write this to the chair. And in theory, this might just fix it. Let's see here. We're about 55%, 60%. Okay. Might require a reboot. Let's do that real quick. Okay, there we go. Now we have... I think you can hear the clicking in the background. We have driving ability again. Let's turn our speed back up. Like how I'm using my hook on a stick for this. Okay, so that's fixed. So, I think we might consult the old documentation. Hang on, I'm trying to figure out where to put this stick because it's really handy. Let's do this. I know Boats isn't here, but in his honor. Back to this guide. Let's see here. By the way, I'm using the dark reader, and it helps the, there's a little bit of white, but it's not nearly as bright as it was. I was at the place in 2020, need to get new batteries. No calls all week. Stream time, phone won't stop ringing, right? I started plugging my chair charger into my EcoFlow because when I plug directly into the wall, sometimes the chair is not... Good call, Jason. Yeah, and some of those chargers are a lot more susceptible to, we'll just say unclean power to cover all that than others, for sure. I've noticed the Volt Pro chargers are pretty picky. Sometimes running those off of, like, dirty sine wave inverters, they start getting cranky on you and throw errors. eBay wants as much or more as a used machine. Yeah, Richard, what you might have to do, you can get a housing, and they just use regular SATA drives, and you might have to search around the internet. There should be some flashers or some software. It'll take a bit of screwing around, but you should be able to find a GitHub somewhere, or... Actually, searching around the internet for that may not be the best idea. It might be a good way to get ransomware. Yeah, people charge money for those. Look at Microsoft System Internals. They have a remote desktop connection manager where you can save RDP usernames, password. Opens up a console. Yeah. Oh, hey, Christopher. How's it going, man? How are things, by the way? I use the APC-UPS units for helping keep satellite receivers from 45-minute reboots. Oh, man. The youngins these days will never know about that. That was a whole thing, Kent. I feel your pain there. Okay, let's see here. Input setup. Theory of operation. Can be used as an input device or an output. The input is wired to the trace protocol. Can be switched or proportional, making the IOM ideal. Mini joysticks. Okay. Jack is also included for a connection on-off. So that probably has to be programmed. The outputs, okay. Multiple items can be connected. That's fine. Outputs. Okay, so input setup. Oh. Interesting. So it shows it wired through it, but you don't have to do this because this, these two ports are literally hardwired together. So they're just showing this for simplicity of the diagram. You don't have to plug it through it. It doesn't like hijack control in any way because those two ports are literally hardwired together. But interesting note. So input device, joystick. Okay, let's keep going here. Output device. Ooh, what is this fancy looking thing? It's possible to set up a control system. Oh, hey, someone in Seattle just sent me a DM. Hang on here. Let's see if we can get him into live chat. Live streaming. This is through the mesh, by the way. Live streaming currently. See if this message gets back through. We'll see if that bottom blue bubble turns red. This is through the mesh all the way up to Seattle. I got him in 7 hops for this direct message last time. We'll see if it works here. Takes a few tries. I got the auto retry firmware going on everything, so if it does turn red, which it did, it might turn blue in a minute. We'll see here. Or he might have already gotten the message. The acknowledgement might not have made it back through the network. Sys internals. Hate to leave early before project is completed. Victory is achieved. I think we've kind of achieved victory. Like, we've gotten it to work. We're just trying to see now. Because I knew there was a difference between the OMNI and the input-output module. And giving the IOM, or the input-output module, control is apparently way more complicated. As far as the OMNI goes, all you need is onboard programming enabled on the chair. We don't have to actually go down this rabbit hole. So, I kind of wanted to see what the differences were and see how hard it was. But yeah. Monster track down, snowplowing lawnmower. 30 grand. Arby, I think, Strange Parts, his second channel, I think he did a video about the lawnmower / snowplow, and it was low-key kind of garbage. But if that's the one you're talking about, I think his second channel, I think he renames it something else now, but he did a whole review on that over multiple months, or maybe an entire year. Keep an eye out for yard sales, auctions. Yeah, that's another thing that's definitely on my list. Remote control lawnmower, ZTR mower with the deck removed, and maybe alternatively getting a gas-powered golf cart and stretching it so that I can get a power chair on it. I actually had an EasyGo gas-powered golf cart, and I was going to do that, but that was right near the beginning of my instability of living situations in like 2017. So I had to sell it. Hope everybody has a good night. Yeah, see you later, Hannibal Quad. Look forward to next week already. Glad to hear that semi-victory was achieved while I was observing. Yeah, Electric Ranch is what it's called now. Let me try sending this message again. Retry sending. Oh, power monitor. Yeah, let me show you that. So this only applies if you are already running Home Assistant. That is a prerequisite. But all you have to do, one that I like, let's do Zoo's outlet. So for these Zoo's ones, you got to have Z-Wave. There are Zigbee variants also. Z-Wave always costs more. But let's see, right here. Oh, that is so blown out. This thing right here, I used the entire time I was living in the bus. And this was handling my entire grid connection. But this has power monitoring built in. You don't have to plug something else into it. Just plug it into the grid, adopt it with Z-Wave, and you'll have metrics for what your line voltage is and your power and all that. If you're using Zigbee, You can do Zigbee, outlet, power, monitoring. Outlets are just the cheapest, easy way to do it. Yeah, Third Reality works, I think. Real-time power monitoring. So $13. This adopts with Z-Wave. $13, and you can get your grid information tied into Home Assistant. Yeah, that's an easy way of doing it. Hey, there he is. Did you get my message through the mesh? Yeah, so we've been playing around with input-output modules, as seen here, and controlling wheelchair drive with these bunches of buttons. We got it set up with an Omni earlier, which is now off camera. But right now, we're trying to give this thing control of the wheelchair. Setting the Omni up was easy, air quotes. All we had to do was go into onboard programming on the joystick and give it access. This thing, on the other hand, is not being as nice. However, conversely, for output mode on this, took 0 programming and 0 configuration. All we had to do was plug this in, turn on the chair, reboot it after it detects, and we have 7 relays that output through there that we can do whatever we want with. So yeah, we're just kind of exploring a lot of this. Right now, we are attempting to review the documentation for... here, let me give you guys some links. Well, I don't want to do links. Yeah, just look up Zigbee Zigbee plug power monitoring. And for $13, if you have Home Assistant already, you can get that stuff pulled into Home Assistant. Yeah, that's what we're working on. Let's see here. By the way, Mr. Kenny Kyle is the one I was messaging on the mesh. Oh, he says, hi, chat. Focus. There we go. See? Hi, chat. That came through solar-powered repeater network that is not connected to anything else. Mesh core, yay. At what point, why not get an ATV with an electric shift? So ATVs, for me anyways, I would have to put some big rehab seat or something on it, because trying to sit on something and balance and hold myself and operate the handlebars is a little bit more work than I could do easily. Like, I could do it, but it wouldn't be fun. So a ZTR mower, you're like reclined back and you just have to go like this, basically. Yeah, Matter works too. Yep. Yeah, if you don't have Home Assistant set up already, well, it is a deep, deep well, here, I'll just show you. It is a deep rabbit hole you will fall down for sure. Let's pull this up. Display. I don't think there's anything doxing going on here. Let me switch to the other monitor. There we go. It's not all going to fit on screen, but by the way, it's 82 degrees outside currently. 69 in here, 73 in the server closet, and 67 in the bedroom. But if we... Oh, by the way, right here, this Victron, this is that charger that's plugged into the test bench right now. So it's currently charging at 1.9 amps. And this is the voltage and amperage curve for that. So if we go in here, device info, we can see that right now the grid at this place is 119 volts. Actually, it might be interesting to look at the graph. Yeah, so last night there was a bit of activity. The voltage here is usually pretty high. But as you can see, during the day, it dips down quite a bit. Yeah, we're normally at like 121, 122 volts. But yeah, this is the grid here at my place. And you can see last night there was a bit of a rodeo going on. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, that's another reason I like the Victron chargers, is you can pull the data into Home Assistant. All the stuff I saw on the website for those parts looked like it should be bolted to the wall in a factory. Seems repurposed industrial. Oh, wait. Anyone want to wager that we find RNet is an obfuscation of CAN? Oh, RNet is 100% CAN bus. It's a blend between... I can't remember the version numbers, but it's a quasi-blend between one of the variants of industrial control with a little bit of quasi-vehicle stuff thrown in. I forget exactly which... It's a blend of two versions that already exist, but yeah, it is CAN. 100%. Let's see here. Let's looking through chat. Blue skies. Matter is better. Yeah. Matter is one of those things where it just works. Like, I've changed the names of my access points and the passwords, and it still works. Matter is definitely the way of the future. Zigbee stuff is so cheap, though. Yeah, steering, exactly. I got a new Hunter Xenotech ceiling fan, and it's Matter over Wi-Fi. Nice. Motion detected at the bus. I don't use assistants to Google Home, monitor my own power. Yeah, so if you don't like any of the smart stuff out there, look into Home Assistant. It's pretty sweet. You can use almost any commercial product and pull it in locally and keep all your data locally. It's sweet. That's the whole purpose of it. We need a big conversation about that. I was going to get Home Assistant set up, but is there better? It's the standard. There might be other stuff, but I wouldn't mess with those. Home Assistant's pretty mature at this point. Okay, back to our documentation here real quick. Let's see if we can figure out how to give this control. Hang on, I moved these windows. There we go. Okay. Control system. It is possible to set up a control system so it's unsuitable for some users. So this whole paragraph here is basically don't be dumb, which is what we were, and we locked ourselves out of the joystick. Blah, blah, blah. Qualified professionals. Okay. Mounting. Connections. We might have to go into the technical manual. Oh, configuration. Here we go. Oh, wait. That's for the switch. Okay, that's already set. Wired to trace protocol. Will not affect current program conditions. However, may have an effect on the functionality. Okay. Gently pull the plate away. Oh! We have to physically set this thing up. Oh. Well, that makes sense now. That makes sense as to why our mono jack is not allowing us to turn it on. Okay. I think that's all we needed to know. Shall we try it? I think we probably shall, or should. By the way, another long stream, apparently. Let's go back over to the workbench and take those screws back out that we just put in. Alright. Suddenly, everything makes sense. So, we have to do position 0, 1, or 2. Anything 3 or up makes it by default a output module. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So, system shut down. Which side of the box was that on? I think it was on this side. So, let's go ahead and... we already put our tools away, of course. Was it this one? Yes. So, there's a little multi-point adjustable switch in here we need to change. Wait, let me look at the documentation again. I don't want to take the wrong end of this thing off. I didn't see it when I was in there earlier, but I also wasn't looking for it. Okay, yeah, it's on that end. Okay, cool. Yeah, that laptop is called Flippy, ironically. In the same way that you call a 400-pound man tiny. It's what I use for programming chairs. It's a lot easier just to connect the programmer to that, and then use a remote desktop connection to do it remotely. I got that laptop from someone for free, and it was a Lenovo Yoga or whatever, but all of the internal plastic for the screen hinge mechanism was very, very broken, so I just ditched the screen, and now it's Flippy. I use it for flashing nodes and all kinds of stuff. Hey, there it is! And we are set to... I don't know how you know what it's set to. Someone's mangled it with a screwdriver. Huh. Hang on. I'm gonna get my phone in here and take a... Whoa! Thank you, Beavis. Beavis and Butthead, by the way. He's the bait pump. Okay, quiet. Shh. Shh. Quiet. I'm gonna get in here with my phone and take a picture. Maybe we can get some more detail. Ew. Oh, I think there's a little tick mark on there. Well, anyways, let's, we know we need to turn it the opposite way. It needs to be on 0, 1, or 2. So, let's get a random screwdriver bit. Hi-ho silver. Laptops are just weak PCs with a UPS built in. Exactly. Never thought about using a laptop without a screen. Yeah, it's super handy. Anything but elegant design, generic cases. Can I have you remote connect to my chair to program? I'll download TeamViewer. JK, oh god, no. Hells no. I'm gonna need the crossword puzzle glasses for this. Oh, man. Oh! There's an arrow. I don't know if I'm going to be able to show this. I don't think the camera can handle this, but... built into the little turny dial, right there. Oh, wait. Right there. There's an arrow. You guys can't see it, but it's pointed. Okay, cool. I can only see it with the crossword puzzle glasses on. So it was on 5. Let's just set it to like 1. I need a smaller bit. So in theory, with this changed, maybe we can power up the system with that button now. Okay, it's now set to 1. All right. I'm just going to lightly set the screws back in here. Let's see. Because I have a feeling we might need to get in there again. So, apparently switching back and forth between input and output involves popping the cover off of this thing. Which makes sense now that you can have up to 3 of these connected to a chair at a time. So, that makes more sense now. So each one has to be set up that way. Okay, interesting, interesting. Actually, I'm just going to run them most of the way in, because we got to plug a cable in. Okay, good enough. So, let's go ahead and reboot the system without this connected, so we can get the auto detect taken care of, get it kind of flushed back out to normal. If you say silver, the chair will wham bam shangling. I'm not a Purple user, but my almost 30 years in industrial design and deploying products makes me not like them. without even touching a chair. Yeah, save the last 5 or 6 years. They seem pretty complicated, but there was a method to the madness. And you do get a lot of pretty cool benefits from some of that. Okay, so if we listen, chair's driving. Actually, while we're doing this, let's get the other camera fired back up. There. Oh. Oh, the camera moved. Hang on, there's so many wires everywhere. Okay, so for those just joining us, we're looking at this and this. Is how we know the chair is operating. So, let's turn the system back off. And we'll pretend this is now an input module. And we have our mess of weird that we've prepared earlier. So let's get this hooked into the bus. Auto detect. The more I see their innards on this channel, the more I think someone needs to take their market share. It seems complicated, and it is, but it also solves a lot of problems. It's a weird blend between complicated and solving some problems pragmatically. It's kind of hard to explain. It's both complicated and simpler at the same time. The software side of it, no, not simple. But the hardware and the way a lot of it's deployed was up until Power Platform came out. We're just playing around with, where'd the Omni go? Oh, here it is. We were checking out an Omni 2 and the input-output module, and the idea was we wanted to be able to drive the chair using these buttons. With the Omni 2, that was actually pretty easy to do. We got it hooked up, we could forward, reverse, left, and right. The idea is if we can drive the chair with these buttons, we can drive the chair with anything. And this is something I'd been wanting to play with for a long time, but just now got around to doing. Hang on, is this microphone? Okay, we still have a green light, excellent. Want to make sure it wasn't going dead. Okay, so I think we rebooted, did we? Yeah. So, we're in joystick mode. JSM error. Okay. Backrest. Okay, so let's turn this off. And let's see if we can power up the system now with this mono port. Ah, no. Okay, so let's go back in and we're going to change the configuration a little bit differently. We're going to leave JSM on profile 2. Actually, we're going to start by putting the IOM as profile 2. And then, oh wait, what position did I set it to? Hang on, documentation, we got to look at it. So it's 0, 1, or 2, but you can have Omni 1, 2, or 3. So I think, since I set the switch to 1, it would need to be Omni 2? If I'm thinking of that properly? Hang on here. Where's our chart? Okay. Oh yeah, sure enough. Starts at 0. So switch position 1 is IOM 2. Sweet. We got that. Okay, so let's go in here and assign it to IOM 2 because it switched position 1. And we're 0 referenced in this equation for some reason. Oh god, that's loud. It doesn't seem complicated, it seems awkward and poorly adopted to the use case. They go out of their way to make a whole new standard. No, ARNet. ARNet's ARNet. It's been around forever. It's used in a bunch of different brands. The weirdness comes through the ICS module, but it's a LIN bus network. The way, kind of the main thing with Permobil that makes it unique is their seating system. And the ICS, or LIN bus network, that is a second layer on top of the ARNet CAN bus. The LIN bus or ICS spoofs an ARNet seating controller, but it adds a lot more features like memory position, positional awareness, and a whole bunch of extra stuff. From the outside, it does look weird, but even the way their hardware is designed and whatnot, is fairly robust for what it is and what they're accomplishing compared to other things. Some of you know what I'm doing.
Robust, robust, robust.
But yeah, there's a discussion's required for it to make sense, really. Okay, brain completely stopped working. Okay, we want input devices. And I'm sorry you can't see this. So we decided IOM2 for switch position 1. Okay, so we got universal for 1 and IOM2. Universal can be joystick. That's kind of a default setting on Permobiles. Okay, IOM2 is now set. I don't know if this requires a reboot, but we're about to find out. Oh wait, ID type. Yeah, okay. Let's see here. Can we just go straight into it? No. So let's power cycle. Oh. We have the little logo there. So, it is now aware that there's another control device. Joystick error. Okay. Now this, because it's saying joystick error, I think it needs to know that this connector is plugged in. And we have to jump a pin, I believe 7 and 9. Yeah, so link to 7. I believe linking 7 to 9 is how the system knows that this is plugged in. So, let's go ahead and do that. Do we have a flat blade still? Need a slightly larger one. Oh wait, it should be here somewhere on the bench already. Hang on, I'm losing my bits. Oh, there it is. All right, so let's link 7 to 9. Let's turn it off while we do this. So 9. And we'll double check this in the documentation, but I believe this is how it knows something is connected. And nothing will work if it doesn't see these two jumped. I think. Actually, before I do this and power it back on, let's look at the documentation. Yeah, let's double check that so we're not shorting something again. Although we did find out earlier that shorting the 12-volt rail isn't... It just throws an error and turns it off, so it's not like the worst thing in the world. Let's see here. Look at chat again real quick. So you can probably hook up a flight stick to a chair. Yeah, opens up all kinds of possibilities. Off camera, probably this weekend, I'm going to be playing around with PyCan to RNet. Or, I forget what it's called. I'm saying the wrong thing. But use a Raspberry Pi and a laptop, and you can use the game controller on the laptop to drive the chair. There's a whole GitHub repo for this from 2017 that just works, apparently. I'm going to play around with it, and if I get it to work, I'll make a video about it. Yeah, remote control lawnmower, all kinds of stuff. Goodwood Mill. Let's see. Stuff up. Use case. Sorry, I'm just reading through chat here. Is something wrong with the monoport? You know, we had it apart earlier. I didn't bother to look. There were 3 wires connected to it, if I'm scrolling through my brain correctly. We also didn't have it set correctly, so we're going to try that again in a minute here. But I want to find out about the joystick. Hang on here. There's 2 pins that have to be shorted so it knows something's plugged in. And if it's not plugged in, it won't give it control access. I know that from head arrays. Okay, hang on here. Configuration. Input. Switch and analog. Determined by a programmable profiled parameter input type. Read chapter 2. Programming for details. Okay, so switch head array. Set the internal identifier Connect the IOM, connect the head switch. Turn on the system using the head array or on off on the IOM. Okay. It says position 0. We randomly chose 1, so something we might have to come back to. Factory programmed. You control the input device. Use power up. Yes. Possible. Refer to the. Okay. Switch input. It's encoded. Okay. Proportional. Okay. We don't care about that. Only one input. Two peculiar can be switched together. Oh! That's cool. Random. Output example. Let's see. Accept. Okay. Input. So analog. Connected to 7. Connected to 7. It's going to take me a minute here of potential maybe silence while I find this. Calibrated, yeah. Oh, detect. This pin should be linked to 0 volt inside the input device. Okay, so pin 5. So pin 5 to 0. If the link is not fitted... Oh, you can configure it to ignore the absence of it. Interesting. Okay, so pin 5 detect. So not connected. So 5 to 7. Oh, no. 5 to 8. Potentially. Oh, wait. Hang on. These pins are inside the IOM and provide... Oh, so it was saying... Okay, so what I was about to do was something that's internally done. It would not have made a difference. Okay, good to know. So, this pin should be linked to 0 volts inside the input. Okay, so now we know that. Looking at chat real quick. Given that RNet programmers have similar large prices, if you're gonna get a programmer, I would get the USB one. I kind of talk about that in the video with the Wi-Fi dongle. Actually, let me get you a link to that real quick. I cover both of them. Actually, the whole point of the video. Let's see here. Edit. Hang on, I'm getting you a link. There are timestamps in this video. And I think one of the chapters has to do with which one should you buy. Or something to that effect. But there's a link to that video. I explained it in that. Yeah, Sunrise has both available. Just do not buy the software from Sunrise. They charge more than the programmer for it, and the software is freely available from any wheelchair manufacturer's website download section. Pin 5. It says in C. I believe we wired that up to something already. Yeah, speed down. So we want 5 to 8. Oh, we didn't. Or did we? No. Okay. So back out you come. That's already pretty full. Can we jam this in here also? That might be connected. Actually, let me double check our breakout wiring here and make sure 5 is not hooked to the shield, because that might cause some problems. Okay, good. Okay, thing is off. Alright, let's see if we let the magic smoke out. Hang on. I feel like I should be using an actual monoport for this. I have some... Thinking. Hang on. Let me look in one bin real quick. I bought a bunch of them pre-wired from DigiKey a while back. And I think they might be in this tub right here. Hello from Alaska. Hey, Eugene, how's it going? We are sending help immediately. Wait, what? Hang on. I'm looking into the closet here to see if I can see the... I don't think I see it. Alright, I just wanted to double check on that. Oh, wait. I feel like I've got monoports laying around here. Oh, yeah, we got one. Sweet. It was right here on the desk. I get so excited. Look, we have an egg switch. The headphone trick does not work with this one. Okay. Joystick error, you think? So it's clearly not happy about what's going on here. Wait. I just have to check and make sure of something here. Oh! It did work. So, everything has to be configured properly before that port will work. And the proper Omni input has to be selected on the system. Good to know! So, someone asking earlier about jamming the headphones in there apparently wasn't an issue. This port is designed in such a way so that plugging something in and out doesn't trigger it. So that's kind of cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and get back into onboard here. Actually, I lied. Let's try removing this just for funsies. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, I lost my earpiece. Whoa, what was that? Hang on, we got a couple... Okay, so the error doesn't come up right away. So I'm assuming that's going to be a detect issue. Oh, we have it right here. Oh, 0808. So, we need to change the programming. Hang on, let me see if that error changes when I connect this back up. So right now, it's expecting some sort of digital signal or something, and it can't find a mid reference. So it's not currently set up for switch control, which makes sense. Let's make sure our error didn't change. Yeah, 0808. All right. So let's see if we can do it from onboard programming. Thank you, back for more. Let's see here. I don't think we're going to have the ability to change anything in here for the configuration. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we got to use the programmer for this. But that's fine. We're making progress. We're learning. By the way, short version, this is infinitely more difficult to set up than an Omni for controlling a chair with buttons. Boy howdy. Should probably plug this thing into power while we're at it. Is it still on? Yep. Okay. System on. Okay. By the way, if you ever have a dongle plugged into a joystick and onboard program is on the screen, you won't be able to access it from the dongle on the computer. You got to make sure onboard programming is not active at the same time you're trying to use the software. Took me a while to figure that out a few years ago. Alright, oh god, I just realized, now that we're doing a super long stream, that means the hippos upstairs will appear and they'll be stomping into my brain at some point. Okay, let's read from this again here real quick. Sorry, I've fallen and I can't get up reference. Yes. Oh, Eugene, you ordered the light shades? Awesome. Hope they work for you. Yes, I'm pretty sure 0808 is a centering error. We'll just double check here. Yeah, joystick mid-reference error. Yeah, so right now it's expecting something that's not connected. So it can't determine if the joystick is centered or not. So, let's see, what do we have? I don't know if this is going to be OEM level or not, but let's scroll down and see if we have an IOM section. Oh. While we're in here, let's fix this. This should fix that transient error that's been popping up. You can't see the red blinking light from here, but let me power cycle it real quick and oh, we got candy canes. Is the ICS going to reboot? No, we'll have to do it manually. I think that unknown modulator should go away now. Success! Oh, what is that one? That was a JSM error, I think. Hang on, I have to go look. I get distracted so easily. Yeah, okay, cool. We just have the joystick error now. Alright, so... Oh, and our red light is not blinking on the ICS switches anymore. Perfect. That's what I was trying to do through the joystick, but you unfortunately can't do that with this version of the firmware and ICS that's on here, on this chair. Been a rainy summer. Trying to figure out whichever is better. Backup chair has a few parameters that annoy me a bit. I have a 2024 Permobile fully loaded except lights. Excellent. Okay. We're scrolling to see if we can find some IOM stuff here. I just happened to see that as I was scrolling past. Okay. Input-output module. So they're all set to proportional currently. And I don't know if we're on input 1 or 2. So we'll just change them all to switch. Okay. Maybe. Send it to the chair. RNet configuration has changed. Please turn control system off and on again. Not surprising. Moment of silence for beverage. By the way, the very faint music in the background, I believe, is what's enabling my brain to continue functioning. Life hack, by the way. Okay, it clicked like 3 or 4 times, which is typical for a configuration change. Let's see what we get now. Okay. No errors. So let's power it up with the IOM. Boy, that thing's going on a click fest. I don't see any errors. Dare I press a button? We did it! See the motors turning over there? Or over there? And our speed is changing on here? Okay, that one's forward. Success! I'm not sure what we've accomplished other than knowledge, but I think that was the goal. Okay. I need to write some things on the whiteboard real quick. Oh, I just ran over something. What was it? Oh, it was the vacuum cleaner. Okay, next steps. Okay, so DB9 passed through a variable resist orb. Where's my eraser? Come here, eraser. Laptop master printer, 3D print. I think we can erase most of these. Next. I'm not referring to the computer OS. Proportional. Proportional input. DB9 pin numbers. So one of the things we learned is the DB9 pin order is not what I thought it was. It's kind of non-standard. Next thing I want to play with is proportional input using the variable resistors. Oh, the other thing, digital. Question mark, question mark. I think our terminology, or my terminology rather, was confused a bit. Because, running into the table. I was thinking, as far as digital goes, would be the communication protocol that this uses for proportional input. But I think when they're referring to digital, they actually mean binary, which is one of two states, on or off. These are binary switches. So when I saw digital on here, I assumed that meant the communication protocol that this is capable of decoding that allows for proportional control. So that tripped me up a little bit. Also, we've learned that... hang on, let's get this programmer out of here. Also, we've learned that this power port will not work unless the switch... Well, start from the beginning, things we've learned. The input-output module can either only be an output module or an input module, one or the other, not at the same time. And to switch between them, you have to open this cover and turn a little dial and set an identifier for the wheelchair system to recognize it as either input or output. You can connect up to 3 input modules and multiple output modules at the same time for different controls. But also, the joystick system has to be set up to match that identifier before this monoport will allow the chair to turn it on. And the only way this can control the chair is if it can turn the chair on. So see our cascading discoveries here? Now, one thing I want to do real quick. Right now, I believe, yes, we can drive the chair right now. I want to verify this jumper wire is required or not. So we're going to turn it off real quick. I'm going to unhook that jumper wire and see if it throws an error. Okay, so in theory now it shouldn't know anything is connected. This function can be programmed out. I don't know how it's set currently, but this just basically is a failsafe to know that these 2 pins are jumped. If this happens to come unplugged, the chair will stop working. That's a safety feature. But now that we've unhooked it, I want to see what happens. Okay, so it is apparently not configured currently to care about that being plugged in. Or, something I don't know that could be a factor, is maybe that link is only applicable to when you're in proportional mode. Because it's entirely possible with latch driving when you're using a head array to get the chair starting to move, and it'll just keep moving without an input. And if somehow the controls come unhooked, you won't be able to tell it to stop. So that's where this link, seeing that it's connected, would tell it if it comes unplugged. Some things I don't know, but just some potentially important variables. So nice to know that we don't need that link wire for switch input. Or maybe we do, and it's disabled in the software. Let's check real quick. And then I'm going to read chat. I'm focused on finding this out real quick before we continue on. Okay, so IOM. Oh, then we have horn operation, input. Maybe that was Omni. Oh, you know what? I bet that's an OEM level setting. Yeah, I'll almost guarantee you it is. Oh, wait. Oh, nope. Here it is. External on-off switch detect. Sets. Okay, so this is for the Omni, which may or may not apply to the IOM. The IOM manual did talk about it. So that's whether the Omni checks for the presence of an on-off switch. Oh no, that's different. Scan speed. Never mind. Highlight, delete. That is a different function than I was thinking. So I'll bet that that setting is an OEM one, and we're not currently at an OEM level the way I loaded this up. So, all right, cool. We did a thing. We found out some stuff. And boy, did we make a mess in here. Here, how do I do this easily? I'm trying to find a camera we can point over there. Let's just use this one. Shield your eyeballs. This might get bouncy for a minute. Oh, correct microphone. Hang on, I want to show you. I want to show you the pile in here. This might get wobbly for a minute. Oh, hang on. All right. Yes, my workbench is a disaster area, but this is what the room looks like now with the test bench and the charger and all of that connected. In case you're wondering, that's how I was able to have a joystick functioning on the desk. Is it's connected to this trash heap, aka the test bench. Oh. Uh-oh. Hang on, I broke the stream deck. Hang on. I think I shocked it or something. Okay, there we go. All right. I don't think I need to use this room. Oh. Hang on, stream deck's still messed up. Oh, what did I do? Hang on. Windows noise for a minute. We're resetting this thing. Okay, it works again. All right, cool. Oop. Okay, let me read chat here real quick. All right, cool. It feels good to learn stuff. All right. Let's see here. Had multiple strokes, have not walked in 3 years. Oh, geez. I spent weeks and failed. I did everything you've done. Wheelchair Ghost, at the risk of admitting that I haven't watched your video again recently, I was going to try and watch it before the stream, but I ran out of time because I had to drive all over the place. Were you using an IOM or an Omni in your video? Yeah, and I think the cascading things we discovered with having to turn it on with that, having the identifier switch set correctly, and then also assigning the correct identifier in the joystick for the Omni. Where is it? Which that part turned it out to be a little bit confusing because the numbers are 0 referenced in the software, but not on the Omni itself. Yeah, here we go. Switch resistance 0 is IOM 1, 1 is 2, 2 is 3. That would be a real easy one to trip up on. You tried the IOM and the Omni 1. Oh, okay. Did you make a video about it? Or was it just on the website? I'm real curious to look through it and see if I can spot what changed or what was different. So I think I'm just thinking of potential options that could have caused an issue. Being able to detect that something's connected, have them all set to switch mode as opposed to proportional. Powering it on with that device, which won't work unless everything else is configured properly. And setting the drive profile, which is different depending on which firmware of wheelchair you're working on. Newer Permobil, older Permobil versus regular RNet. Setting up the input device for the profile properly. So there's like 4 things that'll keep it from working, or 5 things. Oh, it's only on your website, but yes, there is a video. Oh, I remember reading it now. Yeah, I'm gonna go back through that. Hang on, just so you guys have it anyways, let me give you Wheelchair Ghost website. Oh wait, I think it's on the video. No, that was in a comment. Hang on. Yeah, I think I remember the write-up now with the Bluetooth board and all that stuff. And then it kind of dead ending as, well, I don't know what the hell's going on. Actually, here, if you don't mind, we'll just take a look at it real quick. Oh, the stomping has begun. All right, the remainder of the stream time is numbered due to how much noise there is, but it hasn't gotten bad yet, so we'll just keep going here for a little bit. Paste and go. Just reading through chat here real quick. Dang it, it worked. Now I have to shave my head. Wait, was that a thing? I did that yesterday. Oh, the e-stop is also a factor, actually. Yes. I have that disabled on this chair, I know already from previous encounters. But having the emergency stop configured properly, or having it connected or not, is like the 6th thing that can trip you up. The e-stop is... It's a regular normally open, but it has a way of detecting if something is plugged in. Eeny, Miny, Mo, which works on a pinch. The bell of the cowball. Go to the bottom of the homepage for a link to the remote control. Okay. Is it the Ghost app? I think, yeah. By the way, kudos to you on the way you write this stuff up and include all the links and everything. It's a lot of work. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, now that we have the relay boards. Sorry, I'm going to have to download your app and see if we can get this to work. Okay. Let's look at the relay schematic and then... Okay, all this, big aluminum, big picture. DB9. The other catch, too, is your cable you're using. There are many of those cables where all the pins are not connected. Just throwing stuff out there that might be potential options. RS-232 and 5 cables. A lot of times they only have certain pins, so that could be something else as well. Oh, I thought you had a ride. Oh, okay, you got the little chart here. Yeah, so... RNet input module. Okay, 8-inch jacks, yeah. Joystick, Omni, or I/O, possibly. Head array, yeah. This switch. Oh, yeah, so 5 is detect. Yep, you got that. And that's tied through to 8, which was 0 volts. Yeah, we got that. I think it was 9. Hang on. Yeah, it was. It was 8, yes. Left, right, reverse, forward. Yeah, so this is all 100% correct. Power profile, yeah, and that's with the 8-inch jacks. I think, doesn't the Omni have more mono ports on it. I can't remember. Yeah, this is all 100% correct, though. I think it just came down to the programming of it. And as we figured out, the Omni is significantly easier to get going than the IOM, for sure. I think for my benefit, and maybe others, just so I don't forget, because I'm real good at forgetting stuff, and the stream is friggin' over 4 hours long, I think I'm going to download the VOD and make a little clip so that for myself and others, you can look at the configuration for getting the Omni working doing this. Just a short thing so I can remember. But yeah, the Omni plugging it in, it was basically... And Omni 1 and Omni 2 shouldn't make a difference. It's all basically the same as far as the setup goes, but... Yeah, it was basically just onboard programming is all you needed to use to get it working. Anyways, whatever. There's pounding inside my brain now. We've been streaming for a long time. We've accomplished our goal. I need to go get some food, so I think we might wrap this up here. Oh, let me shut down Flippy before I forget. Okay, so yeah, that's all fine. Shut down. There we go. I think your IOM is broken. And again, I'm just throwing out random things. I'm sure you've looked through it all, but getting that switch set inside, I have it set to 1. The documentation says to set it to 0 for head arrays, but 1 seemed to work fine. But yeah, I'm assuming you got that little switch changed and all the other stuff. But anyways, whatever. Could you quickly show the drop down for mouse 1 in the RNet programmer? So this version of the chair that I have and the joystick that's connected, changing the mouse settings in that software I just had open won't work. Because the older chairs were assuming a Bluetooth module. And you might see a bunch of mouse and control settings in there, but they won't do anything unless you have that Bluetooth module connected. And on the newer Permobiles, that's all done through the joystick instead of an external Bluetooth module. So showing you anything in that software wouldn't really do anything, because changing anything in there on a Permobile, especially with this older firmware and an older ICS, won't actually make any changes, if that makes any sense. Anyways, all right, cool. Well, yeah, let's wrap this up, and yeah, I think we'll call it a something. Cool. I'm excited. This something I've been trying to do for a number of years, and now that I have the base knowledge, I'll be thinking about this while I sleep and in ways we can apply it to things. And also this weekend I'm going to be playing around with the Raspberry Pi canned RNet stuff and all that too. So if that still works, that might be the easiest way for remote control, honestly, at this point. But again, if that works and it's not... This is dull stick eyeball stabbing as far as getting the IOM working. If it's not like this, I'll make a video about it. But anyways, curious about the different options that are available to change. Yeah, again, Sav, don't use the software on a Permobile for configuring mouse or Bluetooth stuff. It is 100% not applicable, whatever, words. I know that sounds weird. You'll go over the documentation, it may say one thing, but when you start using a Permobile, it's not going to do it. It's different. I think I have, real quick before we go, I think I have a Bluetooth operation guide. Omni, or maybe I was thinking Quantum. I think your best bet is going to be to open the manual, service manual for that chair. Like, let's say a Model 2 F3, and then we'll do a Control F. There is no mention of Bluetooth, unless this isn't searchable. It varies per chair. I don't have a straight up go here and look at this resource answer, unfortunately. Consider creating a motorcycle handlebar control system for your chair. No more joysticks. Is it Moviz? There's a company that actually makes one of those. On the Rovi X3 review I did years and years ago, they had one. But yeah, it uses the same type of setup. Okay, we're going to call it good. Otherwise, I'm going to keep rambling. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll catch you in the next video. And let me find this closing music here. Yeah, we'll do the I pissed on a lily pad song, the other version. Super random. Don't ask. Have a good night, everyone.
Moon on the water, mud on my boots. I found me a lily pad sitting like a floating suit. I laughed out loud, said that's my throne. One little ripple and the whole pond grown. Oh, it bobbed and shook like it knew my name. One bad decision and I played that game. I peed on a lily pad, peed on a lily pad. I peed on a lily pad and it sank real bad. Little green float went down so fast. I peed on a lily pad. Now the frogs all gassed. Catfish stared up from the dark below. Tadpoles scattered when they saw the show. Dragonfly circled like it wanted in. I tipped my hat and grinned again. Yeah, the moon kept watch and the night stayed wide. I made one splash, then I stepped aside. I peed on a lily pad, peed on a lily pad. I peed on a lily pad and it sank real bad. Little green float went down so fast. I peed on a lily pad. Now the frogs all gassed.
Yeah, this is super random. It's an inside joke from a conversation the other day, but just go with it.
Old pond wisdom hit me clean. Don't trust a man on a floating green. Still I'm smiling, still I'm free. That poor old pad took one for me. I peed on a lily pad, peed on a lily pad. I peed on a lily pad and it sank real bad. Little green float went down so fast. I peed on a lily pad. Now the frogs all gassed. Now the moon still shines on the same old bay, and if you see that pad, it knows my way. Pee on a lily pad. Ow!
Oops, erroneous music. All right, have a good night, everyone. See ya.
Robust, robust, robust.